Cek, mic-nya. Thoroughbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District. We are London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action. 12 races tonight for the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Track condition rated good, maybe a 1-second variant tonight. We're above the freezing mark, 4 Celsius, 40 Fahrenheit. The flags are at a standstill, 0 wind to deal with out there this evening. Again, a good track, maybe a 1-second variant. Program changes are coming right up. We're 8 minutes away from race number 1 of 12. Not a whole lot for changes as far as scratches go, but there are a number of equipment changes and added lines that you may want to take note of here. So race number 1 begins the very popular Pick 5 pool, $7,500 guarantee. Number 4, Some Beach, Someday, will be racing on Lasix. And the 8, Mac the Knife, switching to blinkers. So Lasix for 4, blinkers for 8 in race 1. A second race, a blanket presentation sponsored by Master Feeds. Blanket presentation for race 2. V2, Candescent Hanover. Take note of these equipment changes. Putting the blinkers on, aluminum to steel shoes all around. Blinkers, aluminum to steel all around for 2. In the second, put the blinkers on 4. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Scratch the 6, My Outside Voice. The 9, Leaving with a Smile, is not in to go. So remove both the 6 and 9 from race number 2, the start of a Pick 4. Third race, race number 3, the 8, Homie Joe from the trailing spot, switching to a blind bridle. Race number 4, the 6, Raising a Rocket, switching to blinkers. And number 7, Shady Memories, blinkers to an Aviator bridle. Scratch the 8, Marina Del Rey. The 9, 3 Gems, is going to move in, leave from the trailing spot. Lauren House will be driving. So scratch the 8 in race 4. The 9 will be racing from the trailing spot. Put Lauren House in the bike. On to race number 5, the early high 5 opportunity. Here's a couple of lines to take note of. Southwind Bayou on December 6th at London was a race winner. 2 minutes, 1/5. Travis Henry drove. The 8, Anchor So Real, December 6th at London, finishing 3rd, 2 minutes, 3/5. Paul McKenzie was on board. Race number 6. Scratch the 7, Eye of an Eagle. The judge's scratch of 7 in race 6. Race number 7. It's another blanket presentation sponsored by Abode Home Comfort. There's a line for the 1, Esquire, December 7th over Flamborough. Race winner, 159-1. Sam Filion drove. 8th race, more lines. 2, Teddy Hanover, second best finisher. Here on December 6th, Travis Henry was driving. 2 minutes, 2/5, he raced time. Dark Moves, the 5. is going to switch to blinkers and put steel to aluminum shoes up front. This one was racing on December 6th. Finishing third, 2 minutes, 3/5, Garrett Rooney drove. Another line here for Greystone E&O, the 6-horse in race 8. Started here on Friday night, was a going-away winner. 6+ lengths, 158 and 4 with Lorne House. And Kincaid Sealster, the 7, was here on December 6th racing. And finishing 7th with broken equipment, 2-1 and 4, Rob Doyle was driving. Race number 9. 9th race, kick-starting a late pick 4, no changes. Race number 10. And number 6, Faded Fire, aluminum to steel shoes up front. Then we go on to race number 11. The 6, Cellular, is going to switch to an open bridle. Air plugs are going on, a choke plate added as well. And in the 12th and final, the High 5 Finale, full field of 8 with no program changes. That's it. That's it for the changes thus far on tonight's card. Again, a good track, maybe a 1-second variant. 0 wind to worry about. Very short break. We'll come back. We'll catch up with tonight's Tuesday night special, Kurt Hughes from the broadcast team of Red Shores, Prince Edward Island, joining us for the commentary this evening. We'll catch up with Kurt and get a look at some Pick 5 ticket ideas following the break. Lots more to come on this Drivers Holiday Challenge night in support of Toys for Tots.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners. Or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
51 and 3.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the show. You're watching the Raceway at Western Fair District. I'm Sugar Doyle with you from the Eye in the London sky. Just finished up a host of program changes. Lots of equipment changes, lots of edit lines from Friday night here in London, but not a whole lot for scratches or driver change movement onto this 12-dash card. And before we get to looking at some Pick 5 ticket ideas, let me be the first to say that I'm very happy to be inviting Kurt Hughes on board for the broadcast this evening. I'm a huge fan of Kurt Hughes and his broadcasting efforts with Red Shores and Prince Edward Island, a big part of their team and what they do with the tracks in Summerside and Charlottetown. So Kurt Hughes, very happy to welcome you to the broadcast tonight.
Thanks for having me, Sugar. The feeling is mutual. Big fan of yours as well, and I love the racing at London. It's the half-mile oval that I'm used to, although you guys have a little different twist to it, Sugar. You guys don't have the pass lane, so I've had to adjust my handicapping strategy for this evening, but thanks for having me.
Right on. It's very, very happy to have you with us. Passing lanes, of course, both Summerside and Charlottetown, and there is no Mackenzie Lane like there is at Flamborough here in London. That creates movement, I believe. This is a track tonight where you'll see 12 races, a great driver colony for the challenge, and they will not be sitting tonight in London. I predict lots of early movement throughout, and again, great to have you on board with us, Kurt. Let's get a look at some Pick 5 ticket ideas. I've got one pegged out. Robert Reed Jr. has sent along his best go on the early Pick 5 as well. Let's bring up a ticket that I've crafted here. The opening leg, I'm using 1, Rising Dragon, along with 2, Night Terror. First and second choices here for Kurt Hughes to open up the Pick 5 play. Over in race number 2, I'm on the 3, Starbets. That big mare is very sharp right now. The 5, Gracie T, is going to fly under the radar. She will be a price. That 3-year-old filly by State Treasurer. Beware of 5, Gracie T, with Nat Day hopping on board. We're 2 deep in the 3rd. Larry Carr and Sports Line, the inside threats. 3 deep in the 4th. Going deepest of all, race number 5. 4 deep, in fact, using She Plays for Keeps Maryland, Azucar Pipe Dream, Pennies, Nawa. So Robert Reed Jr., not with us for the broadcast. He'll be joining the COSA TV broadcast desk along with Mark McKelvey and James MacDonald later on tonight. So Robert Reed Jr., his best go on this early pick 5. He's 3 deep in the opening leg. Rising Dragon, Night Terror, Living Large. Went inside in the second race as well with the Little Reese's Pieces, Candescent Hanover, and Star Bets. Those are the Kurt Hughes top 3 in the second. Robert opts to single up in the third. Number 2, Sportsline. Sportsline coming off a big victory here at 55-2. His latest over London. He's 2 deep in the fourth, using 3 Soundbite Hanover, 4 Black Creek Rosebud, and on the end of it for Robert Reed Jr., it's a 1, 2, and 5. Teasin, who exploded at a big number last week with Tyler Bork. It's Nat Day tonight. Also using 2 Pajamas Optional, Lauren House, Catch Driving, and 5 Chip Happened. Bob McClure with us. He's joining us from Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight, and he's listed in every race. A dozen races on this card. I can see the horses and drivers are making their way from the paddock. Race number 1, sponsored by Winback Farm, and we thank all the sponsors involved in this evening's racing action. Again, they'll be post-parading here shortly. Race number 1 of 12 over a good track, maybe a 1-second variant. We'll see them on post-parade here next. Alrighty, here we go. It's the post-parade race number 1, sponsored by Winback Farm. The 1, Rising Dragon for owner-trainer Kim Smith. Tyler Borth in the sulky. Tyler Borth, sponsored by Britt Kennedy Racing Stable this evening. Post 2 for Night Terror. Travis Henry on board for Nicholas Susi, the trainer Francis Gillimet. Travis Henry, and his sponsor is the Scott McNiven Stable. All sponsors making donations to the Toys for Tots fundraiser this evening. Number 3, Barron's Weapon. Dan Mead owning Rob Doyle Trains. Sam Fillion on board Barron's Weapon. Sam Fillion sponsored by the Mike Horner Stable. Number 4, Some Beach Someday. Will be racing on Lasix. Braden Reibeling is owning Dwayne Spitzig Training. Natasha Day, sponsored by Lindsay Kerr Stable, is in the sulky. Then the 5, Living Large. George Robinson owning and training. Lauren House in the driver's seat. Lauren sponsored tonight by Peter Brickman Stable. Garrett Rooney's up on 6, St. Lad's Mischief for Allie and John Kennedy. John Trains. Garrett sponsored tonight by the John Pentland Stable. And number 7, Outside for Better Than Cash. Gary Bickford owns, David Bain trains. Daryl Thiessen does the driving. Daryl sponsored by the Jason Libby Stable. And then it's a trailing spot. Tough trailing spot for the 8, Mac the Knife for owner-trainer Chris Kane of London. The blinkers going on. Bob McClure goes on board for the drive. And Bob, tonight, sponsored by the Steve Botson Stable. That is your field of 8. These are $8,000 claimers on the pace, of course, for an exactor try. Super. A daily double, the very popular Pick 5 play starting up. That Pick 5 pool is going to swell well up and over $15,000 here in the opener. Alrighty, just catching my breath there. You know, we got through changes, we've got through the intros, we've got through the post-parade, and now Kurt joining us for the commentary, the battering, selections, plus a whole lot more. Let's have fun tonight, Kurt. Your top selection, we're looking at him. Number 1, Rising Dragon here with a rail advantage. He's a speed threat, and he picks up Tyler Borth, who just went in for his 2,000th career driving victory.
Yeah, quite a milestone for Tyler Borth at a young age, too. 2,000 wins. It's not an easy feat, and kudos to him for getting it. Like I said, at such a young age, he's doing great things on the WEG circuit. He's got a great shot with Rising Dragon. 10-year-old. This 10-year-old only has 21 lifetime wins, but almost half of them came this year. 9-time winner, and that started at Flamborough in his second last start from the 8-hole, crossing over to the front. I've driven at Flamborough, and winning from the 8-hole is no easy task. And for that guy to cross over to the front and then go the distance, hanging on for the hard-fought victory, that was a big effort. And I thought last week, he came first up, and he was gutsy right to the finish, finishing second by a length there, 56-1. So he makes a move here to London, and he has the pole position. I think he's going to be really tough to beat.
I hear you. At 10 years of age, this could be a career best year for this son of Dragon. Again, a 9-time winner, tries to make it 10 with Borth on board here tonight as we go inside of 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes wagering time here on race number 1, sponsored by Winback Farm. Getting a look now at number 2, Night Terror. Night Terror had the gate to wire score in the latest over London. Austin Sorey was on board tonight, picks up Travis Henry.
Yeah, and this one was a winner 2 of his last 3, and both starts on the front end from inside post position there, post 3 both times, and he was on the front end and winning 57-2 at Flamborough, and then last time out 58-1. That's a good trip over London, and he's been good since entering the Lasix program 3 back, so Night Terror does have a really good shot from post 2.
You bet. Night Terror likes that front end mission if Travis can get him there. One of the hottest drivers, if not the hottest driver thus far on the meet here in London. A top 3 selection for you. A bit of a closer in number 3, Baron's Weapon. Closed up the win last time out, and the start before that was flying on the end of it. Rob Doyle training Sam Filion, who's coming in hot tonight. He's been on a pretty good roll here in London.
Filion's had a really good year. He's a really good, talented driver, up-and-comer, and I've been watching him at all various tracks. Driving at my old track at Kawartha Downs, he's been doing good things for Team Riley. And so Baron's Weapon, his last 5 starts have been really good. He's a sophomore pacer going up against some aged horses here tonight, but post 3 up those last 5 starts, it looks like he tries every single week. So from post 3, Filion's got a hot mount here. Right
on. He's a trying type. Number 3, Baron's Weapon, Sam Filion, a top 3 selection. Kurt Hughes with us for the commentary all night long here at the Raceway. Final call to wager on this early pick 5 as the horses are moving in. Last call to get in on the pick 5 over London. Going in behind from the rail out, Rising Dragon, then Night Terror, Baron's Weapon, Some Beach, Some Days in the center, then Living Large, St. Lad's Mischief, Better Than Cash, Mac the Night Back Tears It, here they come. Off stride at the start to number 4, Some Beach Someday, rolled off stride. They're off, and the speed comes from Night Terror. Night Terror blasting away here for Travis Henry in the early going. Rising Dragon with his rail advantage is going to race from second and crossing on over to be third. Better Than Cash from the outside gate at 45-1. Hits the top 3 for Thiessen. Rising Dragon not waiting. Tyler Borth rousing this one up just prior to the quarter mile, and chased up briefly was the 2 Night Terror by Travis Henry. Borth says, I want to cut this one. 28 flat for the quarter mile for the 1-5 choice. Rising Dragon now on top by a length and a Borth. Night Terror relegated to second. Better Than Cash traveling in third. 4th best away for Baron's Weapon. And Filion looking at it from 5th, though thinking about it, is Mac the Knife for McClure. That forces the hand to Baron's Weapon. Traveling first up now for Filion. Setting it up third over Living Large for House. Next to last came St. Lad's Mischief for Rooney. And trailing's the gate breaker. That would be Some Beach Someday for Day. 57-4 was the halftime, and it's now 3/8 left to go for the heavy favorite, Rising Dragon. Rising Dragon being roused up again on the backside for the final time. Filion sending Baron's Weapon, and quickly out of the backfield, Living Large out there in the 3 wide side. Now he's ducking in for a second over toe up with a quarter mile left to go. 128-1, 3/4 timed. Rising Dragon still doing good things. Night Terror braving up up here for Henry at 5-2, maybe stalling out there in third. Barron's Weapon saving ground, the big long shot, Better Than Cash, 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rising Dragon still the one. Bearing out on the outside was Night Terror coming on through. Barron's Weapon staying on. Rising Dragon and Borth starting things up in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Very close for second. Better Than Cash at 45-1 or Barron's Weapon at 5-1. They're in a place photo, no doubt about the winner. Rising Dragon 159-2.
Excellent effort here by the one Rising Dragon. Borth drove him hard here, making that move back to the front, going up to the quarter, and Henry released him to the front. Big quarter, 28, half 57-4, and he was up for the battle here tonight, and he digs in late and holds on for the win. I thought Better Than Cash. What a great drive here by Thiessen, leaving off the gate alertly from post 7, dropping down into the 3-hole there, and he gets rewarded with a great deuce there at long odds. But Rising Dragon, another great effort from him on the front end.
Right on, Kurt. 10th win on the season. Again, it appears to be a career best year for the old son of Dragon again. Owned and trained by Kim Smith from the Abercrombie mare. Cheshire Kitty. Tyler Borth recently picked up his 2,000th career driving victory. Wish we could have had it here in London, but he went on to the big track of Woodbine Mohawk Park to hit 2,000 last week. But he's back with us tonight for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Tyler Borth, sponsored by the Britt Kennedy Stable, opens up the driving challenge aboard Rising Dragon, 159-2. Congratulations. And just like that, going official with Rising Dragon, returning 270. Exactor came back 194.60. Get out of here. Dollar Try 191.80. The Super for $1. 467.05. 20-cent Super worth 93.41. But the story here has got to be the Exactor. 1-5 shot Rising Dragon over a long shot in Better Than Cash, and it comes back just shy of $195. Rising Dragon takes the Win-Back Farm opener. Race 2 up and coming, a blanket presentation. The blanket sponsored by Master Feeds. Tony O'Sullivan will be on hand to present the blanket to the winning connections of race number 2. It's up next. Scratch the 6. My outside voice, the 9 will not be moving in. Exactor Try, it's a superfecta, and the early pick 4 kicks off in race number 2. 7 minutes to think about it. Here's that official rundown for race number 1. Rising Dragon was a winner. Night Terror 4. Baron's Weapon 3rd. Some Beach Someday finishing 8. Livin' Large was 6. 8 Lads Mischief 5th. Better Than Cash finishes up 2nd. And Mac the Knife was 7th. Again from the top, it's a 1, 4, 3, 8, 6, 5, 2, and 7. If you'd like to keep score on the on-track program, there's a score keepers page just inside the opening of the program. You'll find the Drivers Holiday Challenge drivers listed with their sponsors, plus all the sponsors for each race. And after that, the Drivers Holiday Challenge score keepers chart there. That's just inside our on-track program. We sent a photo of the scorekeeper sheet out on the Twitter there recently if you want to maybe keep score that way from home. And we'll update you throughout the night as the scores go on. Early double wheel pays are now posted 4 minutes away from race number 2. Pick 4 ticket ideas are coming up shortly. So as mentioned in the second race, the 6 came out, the 9 will not start. Lasix for the 4 and blinkers. No. Let's go there again. Blinkers for the 2, Candescent Hanover. Plus it's a shoeing change. Aluminum to steel all around for the 2 here in race 2. Blinkers for the 4. 6 came out, the 9 will not be starting race 2. Sponsored by Master Feeds. Tony O'Sullivan with the blanket presentation following race 2. Already, as promised, here are a couple of early Pick 4 ticket ideas there. We got the Pick 5 underway. Of course, it's a 1-5 favorite starting things up. But the Pick 5 play well supported, almost $28,000 in the early Pick 5 pool. Thanks so much for playing tonight and always. Pick 4 starting up here in the second. We're using the big mare, number 3, Star Bets. Likely to be firing here for Travis Henry. Gracie T. I expected this filly to fly under the radar. Right now, she's a 7-1 value player with Nat Day hopping on board for trainer Ashley Duford. 3 and 5 for me to start up the Pick 4. Gonna go 4 deep in the third. Larry Carr, Sportsline. He's a handyman. Homie Joe from the trailing spot. Race number 4 on to She's a Gunslinger, Soundbite Hanover, and Black Creek Rosebud on the end of the Pick 4. 5th race, we're looking at 1. She plays for keeps. The 2, Marilyn. The 5, Azucar Pipe Dream, likely to show early speed with Todderborth. And the 6, Penny's Noir. Now, there's another one that will likely fly under the radar in tonight's 5th race. 6, Penny's Noir. Travis Henry hops on board an early speed threat. She is always in the hunt, but I could see her racing at a price there in the 4th and final leg of the Pick 4. Robert Reed Jr. is mentioned, not with us for the broadcast. He's with COSA TV this evening on the desk with Mark McKelvey and James McDonald later on this evening. So Robert Reed Jr. With his Pick 4 ticket idea. He's gone inside here in the second with Lil Reese's Pieces. Candescent Hanover gets a host of equipment changes, including aluminum to steel, shoes all around, plus the blinkers going on. Picks up Tyler Borth. And the 3 Star Bets, 1, 2, and 3 for Robert, and those actually are the top 3 selections for Kurt Hughes joining us for the commentary tonight. Race number 3, Robert opts to single number 2, Sportsline. He's a big fan of that horse. That horse rolled gate to wire, 57-2 in his latest over London. Picks up Bob McClure. 4th race, from the center of the gate, the 3, Soundbite Hanover, and 4, Black Creek Rosebud. That mare finds a great spot tonight in the 5th race. Number 1, she plays for keeps, second time for Team Sumner after romping away here on November 29th. The 2, Marilyn, worth a look with Rooney, reuniting there. And then 5, as mentioned, Azucar Pipe Dream, likely to show some early speed there with Borth hopping on tonight. That's the early Pick 4 ticket ideas. Lots more to come. We've got a post parade for race number 2 of 12 Up next, there's your photo from the opener. 1, Rising Dragon. Gets his 10th victory of 2024. Very sharp season for old Rising Dragon. And then you've got the place photo. Number 7, Daryl Thiessen had him in play at 45-1 and had him capturing the place photo versus Baron's Weapon, who went a big trip with Filion on board. So that was the top 3. Borth over Thiessen and Filion, with Rooney finishing up there in 4th for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. Race 2 of 12 next. Horses on Post Parade next. Just like that, they're stepping out here for race number 2. Exactor Try, Super, Pick 4, starting up again. Race 2, the Blanket Presentation, sponsored by Master Feeds. Welcome back to the Raceway, Bob McClure. He was a co-winner of the first edition of the Drivers' Holiday Challenge back in 2020. Mark St. Louis, of course, the Drivers' Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Little Reese's Pieces for Nicole Luffler, trainer Robert Reed, Bob McClure on board. Number 2, Candescent Hanover, host of changes for this filly for Bert and Betty and Michelle Sherman. Troy Cochran also on the ownership line. Michelle training Tyler Moore, trying to come right back in here. Again, switching to blinkers, aluminum to steel shoes all around. Number 3, Starbat, showing great form here for Don and Heather McGregor. Peter Core training Travis Henry up. Sam Filion pottets the 4. Smells Like Teen Spirit. The blinkers going on for owner Tanya Lawson, trainer Pat Bissett. Number 5, Gracie T, the filly, picks up Natasha Day for Rod Duford, the trainer Ashley Duford. 6 is out, 7 outside. All Star Smiles, Garrett Rooney on board. This one leased and trained by Janice McKecker. And then the trailing spot for 8, Sunshine and Rain. Daryl Thiessen for Keith Wilson, Dean Wall. Dino trains. 9 will not be starting. Reduced field of 7. So with Lauren House sitting out, he picks up 5 points already prior to race number 2. Again, no drive for Lauren House in the second. He picks up 5 points for sitting. Race 2 sponsored by Master Feeds, the Blanket Presentation. And Kurt, we're going to catch a little score down action here for the one, Lil Reese's Pieces, a mare that you would know well.
Yeah, coming from PEI, Lil Reese's Pieces campaigned here in her early career, but now up in Ontario. I like Bob McClure being aggressive, scoring her down there. I like the driver change to McClure tonight, and she's had the rail in 4 of her last 5 starts, but couldn't get to the winner's circle, but has 2 top 3 finishes from her last 3 starts. I thought that trip 3 starts back at Flamborough was a good effort there in 58-4, and then last time out in London finishing 3rd, pretty close there at the finish, in behind Ace 44 Jack and Starbats, who is Rob Reed Jr.'s top play in here. This one will be tough to beat on the front end, but I think Lil Reese's Pieces, if she's able to get that 2-hole trip, I think Starbats gave it up late in her last outing, and then was scratched judges transportation. So I think Starbats off a couple weeks off could be vulnerable on the front end again. So I'm taking a shot at Lil Reese's Pieces.
All right, top selection there for Kurt Hughes, number 1, Lil Reese's Pieces. Amazing, Kurt, how some horses seem to draw well all the time, and then others, they just get stuck outside. Many a time we got horses here that seem to draw 5, 6, and 7 quite a bit, and then others, like Lil Reese's Pieces, get that rail advantage. Some horses are just born to be lucky.
Yeah, that's so true.
Already, a second choice for yourself, Starbats. I like this big mare. I love it when these claimers sharpen up in form, and this big daughter of All Bets Off, she's been 1st and 2nd in her last 2, likely to be blasting here. We saw Travis Henry firing in the early going with Night Terror back in the opener. Starbats will be sent here likely 2-1, co-second choice along with the 1, Lil Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, change the game plan. If you look at the bottom 3 lines, had the trailing post twice, and then post 3 got away 5th. And so hasn't been on the front end, but until that trip from post 5, they different tactics that night and right down the road and getting the job done 2 minutes 4 fifths. Tried to do it again the very next start. But like I said, just gave it up late in the mile. So I think taking a shot at the one, just because I think maybe Starbats could be vulnerable on the front end. But we'll see here with Travis Henry on board. I like the driver change to Henry, and so she will be tough to beat.
Alrighty, and a third choice for you. I got quite interested in this 2 Candescent Hanover when the equipment changes came out. So Todderborth goes on, the connections go to blinkers, and it's a shoeing change all around, Kurt. Aluminum to steel for the 2 Candescent Hanover, a 5-2 shot here with Borth.
Yeah, maybe the aluminum's too grabby, catching up too much rock dust. We'll see how that plays out in this race, but from post 2, you gotta like her chance. 3-year-old daughter of Better's Delight, coming off a good second, charging hard at the wire, second by a neck in 2:01 and 1, and had a good third there, 4 back as well. So drawing into post 2 with Borth. Borth is the hot guy around, right. So this one does have a shot. All
right, the starting car is moving. We might get a brief look at the earliest leaderboard. There's Todderborth on top, Daryl Thiessen with the deuce. Sitting second, Sam Filion is in third with 7 points. When it's full fields of 8, 15 for the winner, 10 for second, and 7 for third. So Travis Henry, Garrett Rooney, Lauren House, Bob McClure, Natasha Day rounding out those 8. So the gate is moving. Race number 2 in London. It's the early pick 4 getting set to kick off. There is still time. You would have to hurry. Blanket presentation up for grabs in this one, sponsored by Master Feeds. Tony O'Sullivan will be trackside with that presentation. In behind, $8,000 claiming mares in the pace. Lil Reese's Pieces, Candescent Hanover, Starbats. Smells Like Teen Spirit, Grace CT, All Star Smile, Sunshine and Rain. Reduced field of 7, picking up speed. It's the early pick 4 in London, and it starts right now. They're off. The big mare, Starbats, wants to be up close, though. Bob McClure pushing on through with Lil Reese's Pieces. She's going to be the earliest leading lady here, and they all dove for the pylons early in this one. Getting on by the opening 8, Lil Reese's Pieces showing up on the lead. Starbats is all over the McClure helmet in second. Traveling in third, All Star Smiles got seated well from the outside gate. A midfield 4th for Candescent Hanover. That came ahead of Sunshine and Rain. Back markers into turn number 2 are Smells Like Teen Spirit, and a move to the outside for the filly Gracie T. 30 flat, just 30 flat for that opening quarter mile clocking. Lil Reese's Pieces, 2-1 second choice on top by almost 2 lengths. The favorite Starbats for the trip in second. Now coming first up and moving into third, Candescent Hanover in play for Borth. 4th and in, All Star Smiles, the toe up, and 5th for the filly Gracie T. Next to last, and tight lines there for Thiessen. It's Sunshine and Rain. Trailer moving out with Smells Like Teen Spirit. 1:01, 31 flat. Second quarter breather for this leader. Lil Reese's Pieces brings them on to the backside. Starbats now all dressed up with no place to go in second. Third and a wide. Candescent Hanover 3 wide on the outside. Gracie T for Day at 6-1 is pouncing out of the backfield. 131 and 4 for 3/4. Going to be 3 across. Going to be heads apart. Steppy on the front end. Lil Reese's Pieces. She's steppy, but she's keeping it together for this final turn action. Second best on the outside. Candescent Hanover. Gracie T still coming wide. Starbats going to the grandstand side. Rooney's got horse with All Star Smiles. Here's a wild 5 across finish coming up in race 2. It's going to go to Candescent Hanover, and Borth comes right back. Starbats was second. Kind of tight for third in 2:02 and 2.
Well, horses can feel confidence in the lines, and Borth is just ultra confident right now, and a big gutsy first over effort for this 2 here, Candescent Hanover. I thought that was a heck of a trip first up. Little Reese's Pieces, my top play. had the fraction she wanted on the front 30, 101, 131, and 4. McClure backing in, but when he asked her around the last turn, she didn't have anything left. Candescent Hanover, big trip, full marks for her, getting it on that first over challenge, 202 and 2. Big trip on the off track.
Right on. Candescent Hanover. The host of changes is what popped off the page for me here, Kurt. It was switching to blinkers, and the Connections opted to go aluminum to steel all around over the good track. Yeah,
sometimes the aluminum shoes, they can grab a lot, and because I got quite a grab on the aluminum shoes, sometimes that can be tough, and the steels are a little heavier, a little less grab, and maybe that worked out in her favor here tonight because she was excellent.
She was excellent. So too was Tyler Borth. He's in for 2 here in the early going, taking down the early daily double. Here's Candescent Hanover coming back, 3-year-old filly by Better's Delight from the Big Bad John Mayer Crooked Halo for Bert, Betty, Michelle Sherman, along with Troy Cochran. Michelle training. It's a blanket presentation sponsored by Master Feeds. Tony O'Sullivan on hand for this blanket presentation. Tyler Borth going 2 for 2 thus far tonight in the Drivers' Challenge. Tyler, sponsored by the Britt Kennedy Stable, takes the second aboard Candescent Hanover. Big first up, a journey for the victory. Congratulations. And there's the check going to the Toys for Tots organization. And we've got representatives from Toys for Tots joining us. Our own Amy O'Toole, Josie Coble on hand for the check presentation. Toys for Tots. Wonderful fundraiser to support here with the Drivers Holiday Challenge, our 5th annual edition. Right here as we bring up prices now for race number 2. It was $10.90 coming back on the Tyler Borth-driven Candescent Hanover. The Tyler Borth Daily Double returning 18 even. 18 even for the Tyler Borth Daily Double combination of 1 and 2. Exactors were 30 even. The dollar try, $459.55. The super for $1, $1,470.30. 20-cent super, just shy of $300 coming back. So Tyler Borth doing all the right things thus far. He's 2 for 2 in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. 8 minutes to post time. The upcoming third race is sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. Number 8, Homie Joe, in the third, is going to switch from blinkers to a blind bridle. Blind bridle for the 8, Homie Joe. The upcoming third, again sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. 8 minutes to post time. All right, the official rundown. If you're keeping score on the score sheet included in this evening's on-track program, Little Reese's Pieces for Candescent Hanover, the race winner. Tyler Borges drove for the double. Star Bet second. Smells Like Teen Spirit sixth. Grace CT was fifth. 6 was scratched. All-Star Smiles third. Sunshine and Rain was seventh. The 9 was not moving in. So Lauren House, without a drive in race number 2, picks up the 5 points for the scratch. From the top down, a 4-1-2. 6-5, scratch, 3-7, scratch on the bottom. We're 4 minutes away from the upcoming third race. Again, that one's sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. A full field of 8, fine-looking field of 8 on the pace for an exactor try, super, and a pick 3 opportunity. And as mentioned, number 8, Homie Joe, switching from blinkers to a blind bridle. 4 minutes to post time. Now on the monitors there, folks, you're looking at the 4th place photo from race number 2. Of course, you see the 2 in front being Candescent Hanover and Borth for his driving double. Again, that's the 4th place photo from race number 2. We've got another photo to show you from the opener. Three minutes wagering time, the upcoming third. And as we mentioned, this is a 4th place photo from the opener. So on the far outside here, we saw getting up for 4th. This one was bearing out the 2 Night Terrors on the grandstand side, getting 4th over 6. St. Lad's Mischief, of course, under the line first was 1 Rising Dragon with Todderborth. So Todderborth has won the first couple of races in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. So an early stranglehold on the standings here. Todderborth leading all of them coming into race number 3. Alrighty, just a note, folks, if you're wanting to get in on Contest Jockey tonight, the contest starts early. It's always free to play online. We've been flirting with the 400 entry numbers. We haven't surpassed 400 entries just yet. Maybe tonight's the night. Starting on race number 4, running through race number 9, Contest Jockey, where they've inflated the prize money this evening. It's normally first place getting 100, second place gets 50, and third place getting $25, but the prize money inflate it tonight for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. You can find your free entry or register to play online. If you've never done it before, look up Contest Jockey, or you can find the Contest Jockey link on our race day page. Visit theRaceWayWFD.com. Register, sign up, and play for free. Your chance to win cash prizing with Contest Jockey. online. The contest running from races 4 through 9 tonight. You can't win it if you're not in it, right? All right, we got him on Post Parade here for race number 3 of 12. This one's sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. So on parade, the one, Larry Carr, racing for Earl Hill Jr., D. Nixon condition, Daryl Thiessen on board this early speed threat. Post 2 for Sportsline, trying to double up here for Craig Parrott, the trainer Pat Bissett. Bob McClure listed for 2 Sportsline at 2-1. Then the 3, he's a handyman, Tyler Worth. Can he go 3 for 3? He's on board. Mark Horners, he's a handyman. Mike Horner training again. Borth trying to go 3 for 3 in the driver's challenge right now, 9-1 with 3. He's a handyman. Then the 4, Lord Anthony, Travis Henry for Michael Goldberg, Ben Hollingsworth conditions. Number 5, it's the drinking buddy, Sam Fillion for Heather and Rick Pickett. Heather trains. Post 6, Full Disclosure, Gino Toscani owns. Ashley Lenvoy trains. Natasha Day. Outside chance for 7, Dalhousie, Lauren House for Jack Ramage. The trainer's Jim Kerr. And it's blinkers to a blind bridle from the treading spot. 8 is Homie Joe for Mark McCory, Angus McCory, Nicole Pettit McCory with Mark training, Garrett Rooney again for the treading spot with 8, Homie Joe. It's the 3rd race sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. And we'll get a look at them coming out of the post parade here with our commentator this evening, Kurt Hughes. And now, Kurt, I'm joined in the eye in the London sky here by a gentleman you may know, Tony O'Sullivan. He was doing the blanket presentation for race number 2, sponsored by Master Feeds. He mentioned his dad was a race caller back down under? New Zealand. So Tony O'Sullivan's going to be on board for the race call here, maybe for race number 3 of 12. Your top selection here, Kurt, Larry Carr, Gold Cup and Saucer starter this year, right?
That's right. He was in the Gold Cup and Saucer, and he went a heck of a mile in his trial. He had post 8 in the trial. He went right to the front, and he just got collared at the wire, but he was a good second and 52 and change in that trial. And then in the Gold Cup and Saucer final, he had the rail, and he went off to the front, 26, half 54, and then he faded late in the mile, finishing 9th. But I thought he had a rocky road since the Gold Cup and Saucer. Coming back September 7th, he raced one time at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and then he had 2 scratches, ineligible, and then he didn't race again until that start on the bottom line that you see there on October 23rd, where he fronted the mile and finished 3rd. So he almost had 2 months off, 7 or 8 weeks off.
Yeah.
And then he had that good start at Flamborough. And then I thought he raced super at Flamborough the very next week, delivering from a pocket ride to get the win. But that trip last time out, that was not a great mile for him, from post 9 getting to the front 25, half 53, just way too tough of fractions for him. So I think if I'm Thiessen, he shows that he can win from a pocket ride. I think I let the 2 go, Sportsline, and kind of draft in the pocket, let Sportsline do the heavy lifting, and see and take your shot in the stretch if you can get some room.
Years ago, Kurt, horses would travel from everywhere, New Jersey, Ontario, to head to Charlottetown for the Gold Cup and Saucer, and it normally took them some time to come back to themselves after making the long journey to Prince Edward Island, racing a big one, and then they went back. But the last few years, not been too bad. Like, look at Covered Bridge, amazing animal. Who, you know,
Sintra, another one.
Oh, Sintra was another one. Yeah, I mean, they went down to Prince Edward Island. They won the big one, and they didn't lose a step. Let's talk about Covered Bridge for a bit. His amazing victory laps over Charlottetown is something that I've loved watching the last couple of seasons. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was excellent to see Jordan Stratton. The first year he did it, I don't even think I think he said in an interview that he wasn't even expecting to do that, but the horse kind of pulled himself up to the outside. He was actually pretty hot after the mile, and Jordan was just trying to get him pulled up to slow up, and then when he seen the fans reaching over the fence, he really slowed up and he wanted to communicate with the fans, and so Jordan kind of rolled with it, and the fans just lapped it up. It was awesome to see, interacting with all the fans. It was incredible. And then he followed it up this year and did the exact same thing. So Jordan, I don't know if he does, but he should be getting a key to the city here in Charlottetown.
I'm a huge fan of Jordan Stratton. He's been here in London winning the big race with a bit of a legend a few years ago, but I'm an even bigger fan now for what he's done over Charlottetown and winning with Covered Bridge, that Gold Cup and Saucer.
Absolutely.
Fans, young and old, along the fence, shaking hands and mucking it up with everybody. I loved it. It was great to see, and I bet you enjoyed your time with Red Shore Charlottetown on those Gold Cup and Saucer nights.
Yeah, and he gave the fans something they'll never forget, right? A memory to last a lifetime.
You betcha. You betcha. Here we go. Third race, again sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services. Tony O'Sullivan on board for the race call for the Eye in the London Sky. The Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots continues here. Larry Carr on the rail in Sportsline. He's a handyman. Lord Anthony, the drinking buddy. Full disclosure, Dalhousie. Homie Joe in the back tier spot. Field of 8 like that. For the third in London, here they come. And away they go, Sportsline and McClure, sending him on towards a front-end mission up on the wide side. The drinking buddy, he's in play. No room at the inn just yet, though. Plugged in for the 2-hole ride is Larry Carr for Thiessen. So straightening up for the backside run, Sportsline and McClure, company in the outside. Drinking buddy, Sam Filion going to the top. Right lining from third, Thiessen sending up Larry Carr here. So all kinds of action here in the early going. Third new leader at the quarter in 28-2. It's Larry Carr to the top. Drinking Buddy went on hold at 30-1. Sportsline at 3-5 is traveling third. Fourth and in for Homie Joe. Getting checked up there in fifth and having to stay in was He's a Handyman. Out and rolling out of the backfield. Travels up. Travis Henry with Lord Anthony. Lord Anthony in play, forcing Sportsline to move. So it's going to be 4 in. It's going to be 4 out with 1 lap to go in the third. 58-1 was the halftime. Still going forward. The speedster, Larry Carr, up and at him on the outside is Sportsline. The drinking buddy is a chilly third. Gapped on the cover in fourth. Lord Anthony, the buried fifth, though gapping along the inside is Homie Joe. Chased up out of the backfield. There goes Full Disclosure. Next to last, the shuffle for He's a Handyman. Dalhousie is trailing up and by 3/4. Here it is. 1 127-1. Sportsline takes over the big long shot, the Drinking Buddy. Up and after this one on the outside, second for Filion. Gaining from third, Lord Anthony. Not quitting just yet, giving up at fourth. Larry Carr out of the backfield springs. Dalhousie into the stretch they come. Sportsline almost there. The Drinking Buddy went by at a big number. He's 30-1. He's a winner for Sam Filion. Tight for second. Lord Anthony up against it with Sportsline. 156-3. Bombs away with the Drinking Buddy.
What an effort from the Drinking Buddy here, 30-1. I thought that was a heck of an effort. Sam Filion mixed it up early with the Drinking Buddy, and he was around late in the mile here. I thought he raced well. I didn't like the trip for Larry Kerr. I didn't like that move back out to the front, especially off that last trip on the front where he let go on the off that effort there at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So I thought that was a tough outing for Larry Carr moving back to the front there. I thought he would get a little tired late, and he did. Sportsline, I thought raced well here for McClure as the chalk choice, but Drinking Buddy, what an effort here for Sam Filion. And Sugar, just a note that the Riley stable, Team Riley, Amanda and Tommy Riley, they're donating money, $50 for every win of Sam Filion's here tonight.
That's right. $50 for every win, Sam Filion, Tom and Amanda Riley, along with Jake Roberts. I believe he's in to go with that as well. Here's the Drinking Buddy back at 30-1, taking the third, race number 3, sponsored by Shedden Veterinary Services, and of course Sam Filion, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. The Drinking Buddy, big upset. 5-year-old son of your nemesis out of Zipcar by Royal Majesty for Heather and Rick Pickett. Heather, the breeder and trainer. Sam Filion engineering the big upset at 30-1. The Drinking Buddy shows up in the third. Prices, big prices here. More to come. Just a little refresh on the prices graphic here reveals Drinking Buddy returns $65.50 on the nose. The Exactor $121.30. Dollar Try $331.80. Superfecta for $1 $1,766.05. 20-cent Superfecta worth $353.21. Now myself and Kurt, we got talking about no passing lane in London, and I mentioned that creates movement. We had 3 different leaders prior to the quarter mile, and they threw down from there on. Great horse race there for some very nice horses in the third. Going to Drinking Buddy, taking the Shedden Veterinary Services feature with Sam Filion on board. Again, the sponsor for Sam Filion. He's sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable, and we thank Jake Roberts, and along with Tom and Amanda Riley for their $50 extra donations to the Toys for Tots campaign, courtesy of the Sam Filion Victories. 7 minutes. 7 minutes to post time on race number 4. And again, Contest Jockey starting earlier tonight. Contest Jockey free to play online. Your chance to play and win for free. Visit Contest Jockey, just Google them up, or visit our race day page, theRaceWayWFD.com. You'll find the Contest Jockey link. Already well up and over 370 entries. We've been coming close to 400. Could tonight be the night? There's still time. 6 minutes to register and play. Contest Jockey online. Your chance to win some inflated cash prizes tonight. Normally $100 for first, $50 for second, $25 for third. Those prize packages are inflated tonight with the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. About 6 more minutes to register and play Contest Jockey tonight. Your chance to win some fabulous cash prizing. The official rundown for race number 3. Here we go. Larry Carr finishes 6th. Sports Line stays for 2nd. He's a handyman fit. Lord Anthony finished 3rd. Drinking Buddy, big trip at 30-1 to win it. Full Disclosure, 7. Dalhousie was 4th. Homie Joe finished 8. From the top, a 6, 2, 5, 3, 1, 7, 4, and 8. 5 minutes away from the upcoming 4th race, sponsored by Allie and John Kennedy. Blinkers for 6, Raising a Rocket. Aviator Blind for the 7. Shady Memories. The 8 was scratched. The 9, 3 Gems, is going to move in. Lauren House will be driving from the trailing spot 8. The 9, 3 Gems, moves in. Against race 4, sponsored by Allie and John Kennedy. And the opening leg of Contest Jockey, the place photo for race number 3, now on display. One more reminder, folks. Contest Jockey getting underway early tonight. Contest Jockey, free to play online. Visit contestjockey.com or visit our race day page at theRacewayWFD.com. The Contest Jockey link is there. All the rules are there. It's so easy to register and play for free. Your chance to win some fabulous cash prizing tonight. Again, Contest Jockey covers races 4 through 9 tonight. We've been flirting with the 400 entry number in recent weeks. We haven't reached it yet, but maybe tonight is the night. Just shy of 390 entries for Contest Jockey thus far. And, of course, we'll welcome our guest cappers. Kurt Hughes joining us from the Red Shores, a broadcast team out of Prince Edward Island. Kurt Hughes remotely for the broadcast this evening. Robert Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, Nathan Bain, Gislan Paquette, myself, Lou, and Nathan out for the 4. Black Creek Rosebud in this 4th race. Kurt and Robert Reed Jr. Going to 3. Soundbite Hanover, Gislan Paquette to the beat of a different drum. And number 6, Raise and a Rocket. Live money updates after the big long shot. Drinkin' Buddy shows up in the 3rd, only $59. And now in play from a $27,000 plus. Pick 5 pool, 2 legs left to go. Following the 30-1 upset, Drinkin' Buddy leaves $59 in play from a $27,000 plus. Pick 5 pool. Let's update the pick 4 as well. Early pick 4 beginning in race number 2, $7,500 pool, only $33 in play. Best of luck on these early multi-leg wagers. If you can take either one of them down, you're going to get paid. See them on Post Parade here very soon. Live shot from the paddock. Horses and drivers are leaving the paddock here in the 4th race. Number 3, Soundbite Hanover. Improved post and now picks up Bob McClure. One to consider in this one right now at even money. And this just in. Contest Jockey, 407 entries thus far tonight. Still time. Final call to enter for Contest Jockey tonight. Again, an entry record here in London. 407 entries thus far tonight for Contest Jockey on this Drivers Holiday Challenge night. Here's the field for race number 4. Group of fillies and mares in the pace, $8,000 claiming tags. At number 1, She's a Gunslinger. Garrett Rooney on board for Catherine Goodrow and Jim Napper. Catherine trains. At number 2, Hamac Sabrina. Daryl Vleeming owning and training. Daryl Thiessen on board. You're looking at 3. A Soundbite Hanover. Bob McClure tonight for owner-trainer Cass Schneider. More to come here for race number 4. Now we see A5, See the Delight. It's Travis Henry listed for owner-trainer Don Rankin Jr. Number 6, Raising a Rocket. Sam Filion will try to come right back in here. Blinkers go on. Raising a Rocket for owner Dan Mead. The trainer is Rob Doyle. Outside chance for 7, Shady Memories, and Aviator Blind goes on tonight for Triple S Equine. Trainers Ryan Stewart driving Natasha Day. 8 was scratched. Number 9, 3 Gems moves in. Lauren House will be driving for Mary Harris. Trainers Darren Rayner. 3 Gems for the also eligible spot will be leaving from the trailing spot 8. And another one to look at, the 2 Hamac Sabrina off the qualifier for Daryl Vleeming. Again, owned and trained by Daryl Vleeming, driven by Daryl Thiessen. This 2 Hamac Sabrina, big long shot in here. Fourth race sponsored by Allie and John Kennedy. There's your 4, Black Creek Rosebud. She was a little bit late for the parade. She's going to start, though, for owners Chris Haskell, Tanner Glanville, Ken Colquhoun, Ben Rathwell. As Haskell training Tyler Boris, trying to go back to the winner's circle here. He's in for 2 already tonight. Here's the 4th race. You're looking at 4, Black Creek Rosebud at 5-2. Alrighty, top selection in here for our friend of the show tonight, Kurt Hughes, joining us. Robert Reed Jr., normally with us tonight. He's with the KOSA TV crew this evening. He'll join Mark McKelvey and James McDonald on the desk later on tonight. Here's the latest update for the point standings following the big upset by Drinking Buddy with Sam Filion on board in race number 3. So Tyler Borth with a pair of wins still out in front with 33 points. Sam Filion giving chase now in second with 24. Travis Henry in the top 3 with 21 points. Then it's Bob McClure, Daryl Thiessen, Garrett Rooney, Lauren House, Natasha Day. That's the field of 8 in the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Here is the top selection for tonight's Tuesday night special. Kurt Hughes all over the 3, Soundbite Hanover. And we got talking briefly last night, Kurt, for a little test run on the broadcast. And you mentioned Bob McClure, and I looked through your picks, and you've got Bob pegged for a pretty big night here in London.
Yeah, I thought he would come over and be driving aggressive. He probably really, really wants to win this competition, especially because he has to listen to James McDonald on a nightly basis in the driver's room at Mohawk, and James has won this twice, and so McClure would love to win this competition, and he's got a great shot here with the 3 Soundbite Hanover. 23 of 41 in the top 3 this year, a little over 30,000 made. I just think from post 3 here tonight, she's got a really good shot. She had the rail 2 starts in a row at Flamborough and finished 4th both tries, 57 3 back and 59 last time out. Had post 8 at Flamborough last time out. I mentioned earlier what a tough spot that is at Flamborough out there in post 8, and it looks like she did not want any part of post 8. And she ended up 8th at the wire, but she wasn't beat by much at the wire. 58.4 was her mile. So moving in here to post 3, I think McClure is going to be aggressive, and she's got a good shot at getting the job done here.
The big Jim Mare, she finds a pretty good spot here at 7-5 as we go inside of a minute. Todabor is trying to get back to the winner's circle after taking the first 2. I like his chances here with Black Creek Rosebud. She likes to race up close, though. She's a grit grinder as well, Kurt.
Yeah, really nice mare. 40 lifetime wins. She has 9 wins this year, and so she knows how to get the job done. And she's coming off 4 trips in a row, picking up checks, and a nice win there down at the bottom. So she does have a really good shot in here and gets the hot hands of Tyler Borth. So she, again, will be another one that will be tough to beat.
Great check getter indeed. Number 4, Black Creek Rosebud, trying for her 41st career victory tonight. They're going in behind for race number 4 of 12. This one's sponsored by Allie and John Kennedy. From the inside, she's a gunslinger. Then Hamax Sabrina, Soundbite Hanover, Black Creek Rosebud, See the Delight, Raising a Rocket, Shady Memories, trailing spot for 3 Gems. It's a field of 8 behind the gate. Picking up speed. Here they come. Off and pacing, McClure sending Soundbite Hanover on out of there, and to be up close second, Black Creek Rosebud hitting the top 3 here in the early going. See the Delight took pylon position there for Travis Henry, so they line up early, single file, straightening up and towards the quarter mile. Soundbite Hanover for McClure, Black Creek Rosebud for Borth, and See the Delight for Henry. Those are your top 3. She's a gunslinger for Rooney, is a traveling 4th, 5th best away for 3 Gems. And Lauren House going 3rd to last was Hamax Sabrina for Thiessen, Raising a Rocket, and Filion coming ahead of Shady Memories and Natasha Day. 29-3, comfortable. Opening quarter likely for 3-5 favorites. Soundbite Hanover. The lead is almost 2. Black Creek Rosebud, the second Choice at 9-5 gets a pocket ride. Tight lines in third for 50-1. Bomb Zoe horse See the Delight. She stays in, rolling out from fourth. She's a gunslinger in play for Rooney. Saving ground. 3 Gems and a toe up there in the 6th spot for Rays and a Rocket. Gapped off are the back markers. That would be Hamac Sabrina ahead of Shady Memories. The half was just a minute flat, 30-2. Rated second frame. Soundbite Hanover still going on with it. Tripping out has been Black Creek Rosebud, grinding away outside in third. She's a gunslinger. Widest of all at 3/4. That's Rays and a Rocket trying to launch. 130 flat for 3/4. Still selling it. Soundbite Hanover. Black Creek Rosebud. She's going to get a big shot here as they swing off the 7/8 turn for home. Soundbite Hanover leading, though. Here comes Black Creek Rosebud. Loaded for bear, and it's Tyler Worth coming on to grab the early driving triple. Black Creek Rosebud for her 41st career win. Soundbite Hanover second. See the Delight finishing up third. She's a gunslinger fourth in 2 minutes, 2/5.
Well, I thought McClure would be aggressive with Soundbite Hanover in here, getting to the front. Half in a minute wasn't overly tough, 130 flat. But when you got a mare sitting on your back with 40 lifetime wins and now 41, she's going to be tough to beat down the stretch. And Borth drove her perfectly, getting that ground-saving drafting pocket trip. Tips her at the top of the stretch, and she does what she does best, win. She picks up her 10th of the campaign, Sugar. Incredible career so far. 41 wins, like we mentioned, lifetime for Black Creek Rosebud.
Yeah, nice trip for the old mare. A 41st career victory, and didn't need a whole lot to go on by the pace setter. Borth was just chilly here as he picks up his 3rd driving win on the night. Tyler Borth racing and sponsored by the Britt Kennedy Stable tonight. Hits for 3 in the early going in this 4th race sponsored by Allie and John Kennedy. Here's Black Creek Rosebud, 8-year-old daughter of Sir Luck out of Greystone Fantasy by Island Fantasy. Owned by Chris Haskell, Tanner Glanville, Ken Colquhoun, and Ben Rathwell with Haskell Trading. Again, it's Tyler Borth driving for the triple. Tyler being sponsored by the Britt Kennedy Stable throughout the night. And a 41st career victory for the good race mare, Black Creek Rosebud. Tonight it's 2 minutes, 2/5 over the good track. Congratulations. Fourth race official, Black Creek Rosebud, $5.70 on a win ticket. Exactor came back at $10.30. $1 try, 45 even. Super for $1, $122.60 or 20 center worth. 24.52. Race 5 up and coming. It's an early super high five opportunity. Race 5 sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. Exactor try, and again the non-jackpot super high five play is next. A full field of 8. There are no changes in the 5th race. 8 minutes to post time. All right, so you had a 9-5 shot starting up Contest Jockey this evening. Again, it started up early. Races 4 through 9 for Contest Jockey this evening. And a new record entry box for London, 419 Contest Jockey players involved tonight. Best of luck if you played along. with Black Creek Rosebud in the opening leg of Contest Jockey. Best of luck if you're still live and you've got something left in your mythical bank. 8 minutes to post time. It's the early high five next, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. All right, here's that official rundown for race number 4 of 12. She's a Gunslinger, finishes up 4th. Hamac Sabrina 8th. Soundbite Hanover 2nd. Black Creek Rosebud 41st career victory. See the Delight finishing 3rd. Raising a Rocket was 7th. Shady Memories finishes up in 6th. The 8 was a scratch. 3 Gems finishes 5th. From the top, a 4-8-2, a 1-3-7-6, scratch with a 5 on the bottom. 5 minutes away from this early high five opportunity next. Again, all wagers in London are non-jackpot types. We've got some Will Pays on display here now. Daily Double, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5, Will Pays on to the 5th. like to thank all the race sponsors throughout tonight's race card. A race 5 up and coming, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable.
Okay, so Tyler Borth, Sugar, he's stretching out his lead with 48 points now. In second place is Travis Henry with 28 points, and Bob McClure moving into third with 26 points. But what a show young Borth is putting on here tonight.
Well, you know what? I think he really wants this one. You know, Kurt, he's been the runner-up finisher in each of the last 3 driving challenges. So the first one back in 2020, a tie between Bob McClure and Mark St. Louis for the victory. James McDonald came along 2021 and took the win. Then Natasha Day, victorious in 2022. James McDonald doubled up last season, but again, Tyler Borth, runner-up finisher in this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots the last 3 times. He really wants this one.
Yeah, he's overdue for the victory, I guess, off those 3 runner-up finishes. He's putting on, like I said, quite a show here tonight. Sam Fillion, he's also doing great things, tied for third with Bob, Garrett Rooney, and Thiessen, and House, and Day. They have work to do, bringing up the rear there. But Tyler Borth, he's been the talk of the show here tonight.
Right on. Let's go back and maybe talk about some of your recent background work in racing. You're a broadcaster with Red Shores, Prince Edward Island for the tracks in Summerside and Charlottetown. Fellow Atlantic Post Calls writer as well.
That's right. We've been writing for the Post Calls for a number of years now. Enjoy that. I like doing the racing analyst job at Red Shores. We got a great team there.
Yeah.
Headed up by Lee Drake. We got Peter McPhee and Rocky Skirman and their track announcer Vance Cameron. He's a beauty on the mic, and so we got a really good team. I really enjoy it there.
Right on. I'm normally tuned in on the weekend when time permits, and love the work you do. Love the work your whole team does there at Red Shores, and very happy to have you with us on board for our Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Thanks so much for joining us on the broadcast, Kurt.
Pleasure to be here, Sugar. And we should also mention Universum Media, who puts on the show for us. They do great work. Scott McLean and his crew. Actually, I'm using one of Scott's headsets here tonight, so thank you to Scott and his team at Universum Media, because their operation is second to none.
Right on. Myself, Scott McLean, we go back a long ways, and he's geared me up as well for some action with Truro Raceway over the last few seasons. So a mutual friend in Scott McLean, the McLean family, well known in racing circles throughout the Maritimes. Alrighty, getting set for a post parade. Race number 5 of 12 is next. Fifth race starters on parade. Fillies and Mares, tags $8,000. The non-jackpot high 5 is next. Number 1, She Plays for Keeps. Trying to double up here for Mike and Shay Sumner of London. Mike Trains, Lauren House in the sulky. And number 2, it'll be Marilyn, racing for owner-trainer David Bain, Garrett Rooney. And number 3, Southwind Bayou, Daryl Thiessen for Francois Morin. Gerard Demers Conditions, again, Thiessen for 3, Southwind Bayou. Bob McClure up on the 4, Eyes on the Prize, racing for Tanya Lawson, the trainer Pat Bissett. Tom Ham, the owner-trainer of 5, Azucar Pipe Dream, Tyler Borth, tries for his 4th driving win thus far tonight. Number 6, it'll be Penny's Noir. Valerie Phillips, John Kennedy sharing ownership with John Training. Travis Henry on 6. 7 outside for Kiss It Better. Sam Fillion for Shelley Kerr. Dennis Kerr trains. And then from the trailing spot is 8, Anchor So Real for owner-trainer Pat Bissett. Natasha Day on board for the drive. 8 pacing mares for this 5th race, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. All righty, here we are looking at 1. She plays for keeps. A big daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Lauren House on for Team Sumner of London. Now, this big mare, she was in Ontario a few years ago. She came back and went out first time for Sumner's in the latest. She won by 9 lengths, did it quite easy. And Kurt, first driver championship ever for Lauren House. Local driver Lauren House at the age of 43 participating in his first ever driver challenge. Kind of neat.
Yeah, he's been doing good things this year. Over 100 wins on the season. His most wins in a number of years. He had a really hot run there back in 2014, 15, and 16 with well over 100 wins in a season. And he's got well over 1,250 wins lifetime with just over $8 million in purses. So Lauren House, he's been doing good things for a long time around those parts. And so he's got a good shot here. Like you said, this one was a winner on the front end for Sumner in London. Like you said, this one was in Ontario last year, had that mark of 52 at Mohawk. Was a 7-time winner last year, but it's pretty glaring, the one-time winner this year from 37 starts coming in her latest. So maybe that gives her a little confidence. She has the pole position here tonight, so House has a really good shot at getting one in the win column here.
Indeed. I guess we could call that latest one a heart-building win, because she certainly needed it. Just the one single victory. First time for Team Sumner in the latest. Very confident of victory by 9+ lengths. Your second choice in here, number 3, Southwind Bayou. Daryl Thiessen on board for a hot trainer in Gerard Demers.
Yeah, trailed from post 8 and was able to get the win. 2 starts back, 59-1, got away 4th, made that move to the front, going to the half, and was an easy winner in 59-1. And then had post 7 at the November 26th line, ended up 6th, beaten 5 and change in 2 minutes. Had post 7 last time out, but has post 3 here tonight. The post relief will help, and Thiessen is in need of a win for this driving championship as well, and got a great shot aboard the Demers mount.
Right on, Thiessen trying to make up some ground here. How about Maryland at a post 2? Absolutely flying under the radar here at 9-1. Garrett Rooney knows this mare. She's an 8-time winner this season, and pretty good check getter. Recent starts, though she finds a pretty good spot here, maybe to get off the schneid at 8-1.
Yeah, 3 top 3 finishes from her last 5 starts. He had post 2 last time out. Rooney aboard Maryland here tonight, post 2 again, grinding it out first up last time out. 3rd, just beat a length at the wire in 2 minutes 1/5. So it was a good starting spot here. Could maybe get a good 2-hole trip here if he pushes out from post 2 and maybe make himself a 2-hole behind the 1 she plays for keeps. That's the way I see it setting up. Maryland could hit the exactor in here and hopefully my triac.
Right on. Looks like we got the overview of the horses lining up behind the gate here. Here at the Raceway. Of course, COSA TV with us in London tonight, their final show of 2024. Mark McKelvey, Robert Reed Jr., James McDonald on the COSA TV desk. Later on tonight, great footage there as the mares line up on the backside for race number 5 of 12, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable. From the inside, she plays for keeps. Maryland, then Southwind Bayou. Eyes on the prize. Azucar Pipe Dream, Penny's Noir, Kiss It Better. Anchor So Real is in the back tier spot. 8 starters, 8th out. 6-5, still on the 1. She plays for keeps, and here they come. They're off Southwind Bayou, Azucar Pipe Dream, 1-2 off the car. It's Borth trying for the lead. with Azukar Pipe Dream reaching up on the outside, shoving a neck in front, though taking her on. Southwind Bayou, these two throwing down in the early going, winning the early battle. Azukar Pipe Dream, the 9-year-old daughter of Secret's nephew, going to the top here for Tyler Borth. He'll snatch her up just prior to the quarter mile. 6-1 shot. Azukar Pipe Dream settling in for the front end mission. It's the bullet quarter thus far tonight. 27-3, courtesy of Azukar Pipe Dream, a leader by 3. Southwind Bayou is second, thinking about it third. She plays for keeps, and she's gonna go first up for House here just prior to the halftime station. Marilyn with the big toe up at 8-1. She's fourth best on the outside. Following up the outside, flowing fifth. That is Anchor So Real. Fourth over, Eyes on the Prize. Next to last was Pennies to Wah. Trailing was Kiss It Better. 58 flat the halftime. Still going forward. Azukar Pipe Dream for Borth. Up and after this one. She plays for keeps for House. Maryland poised in third for Rooney. Fourth and in. Locked and blocked. Southwind Bayou for Thiessen. It's Natasha Day with Anchor So Real out there in fifth. Jumping it off was Eyes on the Prize and McClure. Taking sixth was Pennies to Wah for Henry. The Bear reads seventh. Kiss It Better. Filion up and by 3/4. 128-3. She plays for keeps. Did clear for House. Still coming on the outside. Anchor So Real. Third and in. Southwind Bayou tailing off in fourth. Marilyn into the stretch they turn. She plays for keeps. Appears to be good to go again for Team Sumner. The big open length victory last time out, and she's a winner right here. She'll double up in the Forest City. Second best, Anchor So Real, then Southwind Bayou, then Kiss It Better, and to finish up fifth in the high five is Maryland. 2 minutes, 3/5. She plays for keeps. House for Team Sumner.
This mare wins again now off that big effort last time out on the front end. Sugar, confidence building win, as we mentioned, picking up her first win of 2024. This time she does it off a first over challenge, clears up the lead up the backstretch, and she drives on for the victory. Lauren House, great drive here on She Plays for Keeps, getting the win. I thought Anchor So Real raced awesome here, coming 3 wide around that last turn, getting up at long odds for Natasha Day, but She Plays for Keeps, going back to back, picking up her second in a row and her second of the year.
Confidence riding high, right, Kurt, with one. She plays for keeps. She doubles up in the Forest City. A 7-year-old daughter, Better Than Cheddar, out of Keystone Wendy by Western Hanover. Bred by Lisa Lehman of Rockwood, Ontario. She's owned by Mike and Shay Sumner of London. Mike training 2 for 2 for the Sumner Barn. Lauren House on board tonight, winning the Mark Horner Stable feature. She plays for keeps, her 13th career win. 2 on the season, both 2 victories right here in London. Lauren House strikes aboard She Plays for Keeps in the 5th. And Lauren racing and sponsored by Peter Brickman Stable tonight. And $50 for wins donated to Toys for Tots, the fundraiser tonight by the Peter Brickman Stable. We thank them for sponsoring Lauren and kicking in the $50 for wins going to Toys for Tots. All part of the Drivers Holiday Challenge tonight. It's official. 5th race goes to 1. She Plays for Keeps, the favorite, returning $3.90. Exactor worth $81.20. Dollar try $155.05. High five. This is a 20-cent return with the favorite on top. The high five, 20 center, $1,248.77. You got the favorite on top. Double on to the 5th, $15.40. There were more multi-leg wager payouts. They'll come back and we'll read them off for the pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5. The pick 3, $48.23. Dollar pick 4, $1,469.55. Pick 5, 20 center, just shy of $695. But the high five with the favorite on top, $1,248 and change. 10 minutes to post time. Race 6 up and coming, sponsored by the Clinton Race Office. Scratch number 7, Eye of an Eagle. Reduced field of 7 on the trot. First look at trotters tonight. For race 6, exactor try and a super, 9 minutes to post. Here comes the official rundown for race number 5. She plays for keeps, doubles up the confidence of riding high now with 2 in a row over London for Team Sumner. Lauren House on board, and of course Lauren House sponsored by the Peter Brickman Stable. The Brickman Stable donating an extra $50 towards the Toys for Tots fundraiser with all Lauren House victories this evening. She plays for keeps, the winner. Maryland finishing up 5th, then Southwind Bayou 3rd. Eyes on the Prize finishing 8th. Azucar Pike Dream 7th. Penny's Noir 6th. Kiss It Better 4th. Anchor So Real, the Big Deuce at 22-1, inflated the super high five payout with the favorite on top. $1,248 returning on a 20-cent wager. Anchor So Real helped out with that high five payout. Top down a 1, 5, 3, 8, 7, 6, 4, and 2. Now 6 minutes. A wagering time. We'll see the trotters for the first time tonight in race number 6. Scratch the 7. Eye of an Eagle. So Travis Henry, without a drive this race, will pick up 5 points for the scratch of number 7. The 6th race sponsored by Clinton Race Office.
In harness racing, there are options when it comes to owning a standardbred racehorse. You can own the entire horse, or you can share the horse with a few partners, or you can share with a lot of partners in a fractional ownership stable. Whatever option you choose, you'll find the experience of owning a racehorse connects people to horses and to one another in truly remarkable and sometimes unexpected ways. To learn more about standardbred racehorse ownership in Ontario, reach out to connect with someone who can help you get started on your journey.
51 and 3.
Standardbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Ghislain Paquette. For you, the racing enthusiast, as Ghislain speaks with champions, breeders, trainers, owners, drivers, and more, live. Passion Courses on Facebook Live, Wednesday evenings at 7 Eastern. Okay, latest updates here going into race number 6. Current standings following race number 5. Tyler Bohr still on top of 50 points. Lauren House tossing his hat into the mix. Lauren House, if you're with us, Kurt, appears to be strong on the end of this card. He's got some live plays coming up, including our track record holder. We'll see the Great Reset, a very handsome chestnut son of Resolve, later on in the program. And, yeah, Lauren's got a pretty good run coming up here in the latter races on this card.
Yeah, but unfortunately for the drivers in this competition, Tyler Borth has a live one in here.
Oh boy!
With Maestro Sealster. This one was caught in. We talked about it earlier, Sugar. The fact that Western Fair doesn't have a passing lane. Well,
right.
Sam Fillion needed it desperately last week with Maestro Sealster. Just locked the block down the stretch.
Coming back to me now. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and Teason was in that race. The trotter on the rail with Borth on board for that drive. And he looked like Moses there parting the Red Sea.
Wasn't that something? Oh,
yeah, he shot the open seam down the stretch, and he shot right through there. And this trotter, I thought, jumped off the page for me was the back half in that one, 58 and 4 for Tees. And so Natasha Day, she needs some luck in this competition as well. As you can see her in 8th place. She's got a really live mount here aboard the trotter on the rail.
Yeah, you know what? If folks are tuned in and they want to catch a heck of a stretch drive and watching Tyler Borth do his magic, check out the most recent replay with Teason. Pick it up around 3/4. That trotter is buried, and I was very happy for Team Wall, Keith Wilson, Dean Wall, the owners and breeders, and knifing on through somehow. Tyler found a way, and myself and Robert, we talked about that trotter on his way to the gate, he was 35-1, leaving the rail with Tyler Borth. That would be his one and only victory on the night. It came up in race number 1. That would be for career win number 1999. We thought for sure Tyler was going to hit 2,000 in London on that night, but it was not to be. He went over to Woodbine Mohawk Park and made it happen day or two later. So congratulations, Tyler, on hitting 2,000. Teason gets a big shot on the rail here. Tyler Borth leading all drivers in this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots Post Parade. Race 6. First look at Trotters tonight. Next. Here we go. It's Trotters on Parade, Race 6, sponsored by the Clinton Race Office. You're looking at one Teason coming in off the lifetime best of 59-4 over London. The owners, breeders, Keith Wilson, Dean Wall, Dino Trays, Natasha Day, driving. Natasha sponsored by the Lindsay Kerr Stable. Number 2, Pajamas Optional, owned, trained, and bred by Jeff O'Brien, Lorne House, sponsored by the Peter Brickman Stable, catch driving 2, Pajamas Optional. Then 3, Summer Crush, owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Ashley Lenvoy. Garrett Rooney, sponsored by the John Pentland Stable aboard. Forrest Scoden for James Hasty, Ruth Moore, Jeff O'Brien training, Daryl Teason, sponsored by the Jason Libby Stable in the bike. Here's the 5, Chip Happened for Jim McKeag, Jan McKeag-Weischer. Jim does the training. Bob McClure, sponsored by the Steve Boston Stable, on board the 5, Chip Happened. And then 6, Maestro Sealster for a numbered Ontario Inc. and Julie Walker. Julie trains, Tyler Borth, sponsored by the Britt Kennedy Stable, trying for his 4th win on this card. 7 was a scratch. Number 8 from the treading spot, Fast Resolution. Jacob Roberts, James Woods on the ownership line. Jacob training. Sam Filion, sponsored by the Mark Horner Stable, on board to drive the 8 Fast Resolution. Field of 7 on the trot for an Exacta Tri Super in the Clinton Race Office feature. And we go back to the rail starter. This is Teason and a Kurt Hughes top selection. I love how you mentioned it there, Tyler Borth being like Moses in the latest.
Yeah, parting the Red Sea there. Things just happen to open up for Borth. When you're hot, things just seem to fall into place for you, and it fell into place last week. He gave this horse a trip along the rail, sitting maybe stalking mid-pack, got away 5th at the half, 6th at the 3/4 pole, and then around the last turn, the horse in the front was staying in along the cones, and then the horse that was first up kind of drifted out in the lane, just opened up a seam for Teason to trot right through, and that 3-year-old son of looks like a Chip and Dale, he trotted right through there. Back half 58-4 as they get up for the win. It was the trip of his life, so I like this horse on the rail again this week. Natasha Day picking up the live mount.
So I know the connections well, the Wall family, and of course Tyler Borth. He was coming into that night sitting on a big number. I know Vance sits down for races down around Prince Edward Island. I stand for my race calls, and I have never hopped up and down like I did for Teason's victory last week in London. I was very excited for the connections and Borth, and just the drive he managed through the stretch, like I said, just knifing on through. And I picked him up late, and Teason, wow, did he ever respond?
Yeah, and you know what? It was unexpected, right? 35-1,
Yeah.
sitting mid-pack, really not on the radar, and then all of a sudden, boom, there he is, driving through the middle of them.
Amazing.
Getting up for the win. It was a nice effort for Teason, definitely. And nice to see him get that sub 2-minute mark last week, 59-4.
Right on. How about this 2, Pajamas Optional? Now, this horse is a great check getter, Kurt. Just a one-time winner this season. But Lauren House, who we just saw, she plays for keeps in the winner's circle for race number 5. He gets a pretty good shot here with this 2, Pajamas Optional, 4-year-old daughter of Wheeling and Dealin.
Yeah, this mare was in that race last time out. Had post 7, unfortunately. Got away 8, spotted them 12 lengths at the quarter. Happened to close in very well, finishing 6. Never got a check, but how about that? Only closed to be beaten 3 lengths at the wire. Trotting a back half 58-3 for a mile of 2 minutes and change. And so moving back inside, I think House has a really good shot at hitting the top 3 in here.
Right on. Current favorite, number 6, Maestro Sealster. You've got pegged as a top 3 player. You mentioned Locked and Blocked. Absolutely in the latest.
Yeah, Filion was on board for the drive. Raced in the Harvest, showed some nice trips, 57, 56, and 4. And then last time out in for the price in London, got a great 2-hole ride. Looked like it was setting up perfectly, but then was blocked in deep stretch. And Filion had tons of trot in deep stretch, but unfortunately had to settle for 3rd on that day. Borth on board here tonight. I think they're going to get a really good shot and hopefully not get caught in this week. But this one has a really good shot at getting the win at 2-1.
Alrighty, and final thoughts maybe on this 5, Chip Happened. Chip Happened also involved in the Teason race. That one went first up forever in the latest. Bob McClure gets a pretty good shot here, and Chip Happened, the dam for this one is as champion roadster for the McKegs.
Yeah, and Chip Happened should get the assist on that win last week for Teason, right, as this one kind of drifted out. But McClure's got a good shot, shows 3 wins on his card, and so Chip Happened definitely has a shot in the middle of the gate.
Here we go. It's the first look at trotters in this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. They're lining up with a reduced field of 7 now. It's 6 on gate plus 1 late. Teason, Natasha Day, Pajamas Optional, Lauren House, a Summer Crush, Garrett Rooney, Skoden, Daryl Teason, Chip Happen, Bob McClure, Maestro Sealster, Tyler Borth, the back tier spot, Fast Resolution, Sam Filion, Travis Henry sits this one out. Travis picks up 5 points for the scratch. Here they come, and off stride prior to the start. Number 5, Chip Happened with the rare break. They're off. Pajamas Optional inside post, and House is sending this one forward. Pajamas Optional here at 8-5. Took some late action and is leading in the early going by 2 full lengths. Second best away for Maestro Sealster. Teason is a gapped off 3rd, 4th best for Summer Crush. Then in the 5th spot travels Skoden. Next to last was Fast Resolution. The gate breaker, Chip Happened, is just catching up to them now off of the rare break in the early going. 29 flat, quick opening quarter mile clocking for the trotters here in race 6. Pajamas Optional now coasting through turn number 2, unchallenged here at 3/8 completion, closing up the gap in second. Maestro Sealster gets a peek to the outside here briefly. Teason continuing 3rd, 4th and in for the long shot. Summer Crush staying in. VIP was Skoden underway out of the backfield. Chip Happen wants to get back involved here. Only 4 off the lead now for McClure, and trailing Fast Resolution over the half in 60 seconds flat. Teason jumped it off. Teason made a break prior to the 5/8, still going forward. Pajamas Optional for House. Bravening up in second is Maestro Sealster. Chip Happened, big recovery, now showing 3rd best to the outside. Summer Crush travels 4th and in, 5th, and gapped off there now is Skoden. A move to the outside and 6th for Fast Resolution. Teason was catching up to them after 3/4. 129-4. Pajamas Optional yet to face a challenger here. The only one with a shot appears to be Maestro Sealster. The plugs are out, the gloves are off, but not gaining on pace setter Pajamas Optional. Here's Lauren House with a driving double here. He goes back to back In the sixth, aboard Pajamas Optional for O'Brien. Maestro Sealster second, and Chip Happened finishing up fourth was Fast Resolution. Pajamas Optional going downtown in London to take the Clinton Race Office feature.
Big Chip from Pajamas Optional in here. Head post 7 last time out. House makes no mistakes here, putting her right on the front end. Got away 8 by 12. We mentioned head traffic. Only beat 3 lengths at the wire. Prior to that, though, hit the board in 4 of 5. So from post 2, House puts her on the front, and they go right down the highway. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 3. Just 2/5 of a second off her personal best. She was large here tonight, Sugar.
She was too. A really nice trip for the mare. Just a 4th career win, 2nd on the season, but as you mentioned, just a few ticks off her life best. We're on a good track. Racing officials allowing for about a 1-second variant. Pajamas Optional makes it 2 in a row for driving wins tonight. House on board. And House got a couple of live ones coming up, races 7 and 8. Yet to see the Great Reset. Our track record holder is next in race 7. Then he gets a shot with Greystone, Ian O, and E8. So a great-looking lineup here, middle of the card for local driver Lauren House. First time ever at a driver challenge at the age of 43. He's back. With Pajamas Optional, 4-year-old daughter of Wheeling and Dealing at a Pajama Lab by Cadabra, owned, trained, and bred by Jeff O'Brien of London. Lauren House, driving win number 2 on the night. Big trip for this mare, 1:59 and 3 over the good going, and she is lively and sharp tonight in winning the Clinton Race Office feature. Lauren House on board. Lauren sponsored by the Peter Brickman Stable. Another $50 for that win going towards Toys for Tots. Congratulations. Judges' inquiry here, folks. They are looking at the break by 5. Chip Happened at the start. Judges' inquiry involving 5. Chip Happened for the early break. Judges say no violations for the 5. Chip Happened there in race 6. It appears 2, 6, 5, and 8 will stand. Race number 6 going official. Great rating there throughout. Lauren House on board. Pajamas Optional all the way. 59 and 3 over the good track. Prices are on their way. Pajamas Optional $5.40. Exactor $13.50. Dollar Try $22.55. The Super for $1. $139.90. The 20 center. It's worth $27.98. It's the back half of this Tuesday night program set to begin in race 7. A blanket presentation coming up. The blanket presentation sponsored by Abode Home Comfort. Again, a blanket presentation for the winning connections of another trotting event, race 7, full field of 8 with no changes, featuring our track record holder, the Great Reset. Trotted a 1:55 and 3 mile back in May. It's his life mark. It's our track record mile for the trotters here in London. The Great Reset. We'll see him next. Lauren House tries to make it 3 trips to victory lane in a row tonight. Exactor Try Super Fecta coming up. Race 7, again sponsored by Abode Home Comfort, with a blanket presentation to follow coming up in about 11 minutes time. Here's that official rundown for race 6. Tees and finish 7. Pajamas optional, the race winners. Summer Crush 5th. Godin 6th. A Chip Happen with the big recovery finishes up 3rd. Then Maestro Sealster 2nd. A 7 and scratched Fast Resolution 4th. From the top, a 7-1-5. A 6-3-2. Scratch and a 4 on the bottom. 8 minutes away from the 7th as Lauren House comes off of 2 straight. Driving victories here, and he gets a big shot aboard the current favorite, race 7, the Great Reset. Our track record holder is next. The 7th race sponsored by Abode Home Comfort with a blanket presentation to follow.
Okay, here's a look at our current standings in the Holiday Driving Challenge here at Western Fair. Tyler Borth continues to lead the way with 59 points. Lauren House, he's making up ground on the leader, now sitting in second with 45 points and has a really good shot in the upcoming race. And Travis Henry sits in third with 36 points. And Samuel Fillion not far behind in fourth with 35 points.
Right on. Then we got Bob McClure, Daryl Thiessen, Garrett Rooney, Natasha Day completing the field of 8 for this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. So Tyler Borth still a stronghold of first place, though we mentioned Lauren looking kind of strong here in the middle portion of the race card. 2 straight wins, got a couple of live plays coming up. The Great Reset. Track record holder made a bobble last time out. Lauren was telling me the other night all he has to do is find himself leaving cleanly and finding a better spot to race up close. And even in race number 8, Greystone E&O, as mentioned, I got talking to Lauren the other night. He mentioned he double entered Greystone E&O, who we'll see in race number 8. Now, the double entry, he was a sharp winner here on Friday night. He from off the pace, he opened by 6 lengths. Paced right off and away from them in 158 and 4. That's a missing line for Greystone E&O when he was facing easier, and Lauren opted to double enter him. So he comes right back in there, and a strong player for Lauren in race number 8 as well. So the 7th race coming up, a blanket presentation to follow. And, you know, with thoughts of you coming on board for the broadcast tonight, I said I'm going to go back and find some material here on Kurt Hughes, and I went back and caught the I believe the Tack Room show that you were involved with during the pandemic. Some guys were sitting around and chatting about the horses and your time in racing, and the names that I remember from the old CDP days, like Rouge Baron, Ashton Nukes, and Edgewater RB was a really nice horse for you and your brother Jason.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun with him. Jason drove him early in his career as a 2- and 3-year-old. Had a lot of fun with him in the stake campaign, and then I drove him as an older horse. I started driving him a lot more when he was 5 years old, and we had a lot of fun with him racing the Invitational circuit. He was a fringe player in that circuit, but we came up with a couple big wins over the later part of his career in those Invitational races. He was fan favorite of ours, family favorite, right. And another favorite in our stable. You mentioned Ashton Nukes. He was a heck of a horse for Jason Hughes back in the day. My brother, he had a lot of luck with him.
Yeah, I remember him. You know, he wasn't the cleanest gaited horse, but wow, when he would bring his best, I mean, he'd be racing 3 and 4 deep and still closing. He'd never give up on Ashton Nukes.
Yeah, and when we raced him, there wasn't a lot of equipment left in our tack room. He wore most of it. He had felt knee boots, he had the Matt Scooter boots, Shady Daisy shadow roll.
That's right.
2 burr head poles.
Oh boy.
He wore rundown boots behind, and he wore a lot of gear.
And was that the one you mentioned had a few years away from the racetrack as well? You started him early and needed some time.
Yeah, well, Paul McDonald was driving him early,
sure,
trying to get him qualified, and he was putting in more steps than I would say Fred Astaire.
Okay.
And so Paul was kind of nursing him on the turns. But Jason was just starting out. He was, I would say, a little braver than Paul.
Okay.
And so that seemed to click with the horse. Jason, when he would put in those steps, Jason would keep on driving him, and he just kept on rocking and rolling, and turned into a nice age horse for him.
Right on. And the further I went into that tack room show, well, I was able to watch the replay, the Wall Hennessy Memorial, where Wally Hennessy was on the lead with I Gotta Go, and he was sending that horse right downtown, but you came on late for a big upset victory.
Yeah, I Gotta Go. He was the chalk favorite on that night, and it was the Wall Hennessy Memorial. It was his family's race, and so we kind of played spoiler on that night.
Right.
I didn't feel good about it coming back to the winner's circle because I think they had something on an easel. Maybe Wally, they were presenting him with something.
Okay.
And so he was walking back through the center field, heading back to the winner's circle, and I thought it was kind of strange. Maybe he was just coming back for the picture or something. And so as we were heading back to the winner's circle, I was kind of feeling probably my only win that I felt guilty about winning was with Edgewater RB on that night.
Oh, you can never feel guilty about winning one on your home track, an old home week. The Wall Hennessy Memorial, that's a big one, next to the Gold Cup and Saucer. That race has been around a long time. I remember back in the 80s, I believe Kilcairn Robbie and Marcel Verrio winning that one in the early 80s. I've been going to the races a long time, and that Wall Hennessy Memorial's been around for a long time as well.
Yeah, and such a great turnout, the Hennessy family.
Right.
They came out in full force for that race, and the winner's circle, it's quite a happy moment. Everybody's feeling good there. They're partying it up in the old judges stand, and so they come over for the picture, and so it's a lively winner's circle as well. But you mentioned my father's horse, Rouge Baron. We should touch on him a little bit. He was pretty close to the track record in Fredericton. I want to say maybe he won the 2-year-old stake in the Williamson Memorial over in Fredericton. He was a terrific colt, terrific 2-year-old campaign for my father, Ken Hughes, and he won the Don McNeil Memorial. He was the upset winner that day, beating some nice colts in Denashton Dexter and Blue Time Harrod. So that was probably my father's best horse for sure.
Yeah, you know what, Kurt? I remember him well too. Such a looker as a young horse, and what a beautifully gaited horse as well, Rouge Baron. I remember him well.
Yeah, he was an Ontario bred. He was by River Rouge.
Yeah.
Out of a really nice family, and he was a real good looker.
Right on. We got a live shot now for the paddock. We've got trotters again for race number 7 of 12. This one's sponsored by Abode Home Comfort, the blanket presentation to follow. Current favorite, we'll call them co-favorites, the 3, the Great Reset, and 7, Bucktober. We'll try to overcome the outside post on his second start back off a brief layup. Post parade, race 7 next. Race 7 trotter stepping out here, led by the 1 Esquire, racing for Carl Duguay of Quebec. Francis Guillemette trained, Sam Fillion aboard. And number 2, it's Dirt. Dirt will try to double up for Saltwater Stable. The trainer Paul Meggins, Natasha Day the call. Lauren House, Chantel Rice on the ownership line of 3, The Great Reset, Chantel the breeder, Lauren the trainer and driver. The Great Reset, our track record holder, tries for his 9th victory of 2024. Number 4, Willie or Won't He? Will he might for Phil McGuire. Trainer's Kyle Boston's driver is Garrett Rooney. Francis Guillemette owning and training number 5, Arrakis, Daryl Thiessen. Bob McClure is up on 6, Petro Angel, racing for owner, trainer, breeder, Daryl Laver. 7 outside for Bucktober, his 2nd start back off a brief layoff for the owners Tyler and Bill Borth, along with Karen Hossack. Katie McNeil conditions, Tyler Borth driving, 7 Bucktober. And then a trailing spot for 8, Shoulda Known Better. Picks up Travis Henry for owner, trainer, Michael Hamlin. Full field of 8 on the trot for this 7th race. Blanket presentation by Abode Home Improvement. So here we are. We're going to get a look at a little score down action here. The Handsome Chestnut, the Great Reset again. He's a track record holder, 155-3, life best, right here in May. Lauren House for a driving triple, possibly aboard 3. The Great Reset, even money right now. Kurt, the score down looks fantastic.
He does look good scoring down. 8-time winner this year, like you said, with that mark of 55-3. The track record at London. He was a winner on the front end, 2 starts back down at that non-winners, a 3,000 class, and then jumped it off, unfortunately, last time out at the non-winners of 5,000. So he's getting another crack at that class here tonight from another good post position. So hopefully he doesn't spoil it here for House and they go right down the road again.
He just got a little rough behind the gate, and Lauren mentioned just put himself in a bad spot early, so he wants to get away cleanly, wants to be racing up close possibly, and it'll be interesting through the opening 8th. If he can find himself getting away cleanly, sitting maybe up in the top 3, gets a big shot here at even money. Lauren trying for his 3rd straight driving win on the night. Another one to consider, a top 2 player for yourself, Kurt. Number 4, Willie or Won't He? He's a warrior. He's a 56-time winner, and a win tonight would just put him shy of $500,000 in career earnings. Garrett Rooney on board for trainer Kyle Bossens.
Yeah, classy veteran, and that class comes out, and most nights, like last week, put him on the front end, and the class took over down the stretch, winning by 2 lengths in 59 and change. Garrett Rooney's got a really good shot with this guy here tonight. If he behaves himself behind the gate and gets up close to the lead, he could definitely pick up win number 57 of his life. If you look down his lines, he shows good trips on the front end, so maybe that's where Rooney's planning to go. But I think the Great Reset and House might have something to say about that.
Right on. It's going to be very interesting, this opening 8. There is plenty of speed in here, including rail starter Esquire. Esquire showing nothing but front-end missions throughout the program lines, though this looks like a bit tougher spot. Sam Fillion had the big upset earlier on with the Drinking Buddy. Gets a rail advantage with 1 Esquire facing tougher.
Yeah, and Tom Riley, the trainer, prior to getting claimed there, reeled off 3 in a row with this trotter. Really got him focused on his game. I used to drive for Tommy and Amanda Riley back in the day at Ortha Downs. And so every time they brought a horse to the track, you always had a shot at winning. They do a fantastic job. And so this one was claimed there on November 28th off that win. Tommy's last win with him. He had that line to be announced. Well, that was a win at Flamborough. In that optional 18,000 class at Flamborough. They were a winner for the new connections in 59 and change. So he does have a great shot. Fillion was on board for the win at Flamborough as well. So Fillion's been in the sea for this guy's last 4 wins. And tonight they have the pole position. So it's going to be a dust-up into that first 8.
He's a streaking horse. Tonight would be for 5 in a row. Esquire off the pocket ride last time out was the winner at Flamborough. That's the missing line. The starter appears to be calling them in here. Final thoughts for your 4th choice, number 5, Arrakis, Daryl Thiessen, another starter for Gilmet.
And you know what? This one's another lever. And
Right.
so Deason's going to have some decisions to make, but they could float off the wings and hopefully drop down into the 3 or 4 hole. Because if you look down his lines, he has hit the board in his last 3. And all 3 trips, they left out alertly and were rewarded with trips up close to the lead. So I think this one will be forwardly placed as well and deserves a shot for the superfecta.
We've talked about a lot of speed in here. It could set up for a closer. How about Bucktober and Borth? Kind of flying under the radar here at 9-2. He's a beaten favorite last time.
Yeah, and was a winner from off the pace 2 starts back. So post 7 will be tough, though, tonight for him.
Alrighty, here we go. It's the Trotters, top-class Trotters for the Abode Home Comfort feature. Blanket presentation follows. Esquire in the Rail Than Dirt. The Great Reset, Willie or Won't He, Arrakis, Petro Angel, Bucktober, and Shoulda Known Better. Picking up speed. Here they come. And away they go. Dirt fires first for Day. Dirt and Day to the top. Willie or Won't He to race up close. Sees away second. Third and in for Esquire. Away cleanly fourth. The Great Reset. Looking for a room at the inn in fifth. That is Arrakis. Then trotting sixth. Shoulda Known Better. Back markers Petro Angel. Bucktober. Well, he would have to do it from last. Single file up and towards the quarter mile. Natasha Day sending Dirt at 20-1. Your quarter pole leader in 28-4. Willie or Won't He. Garrett Rooney sits second. Esquire tight lines in third. For Filion considering an outside move there. Fourth. The Great Reset and House forced the hand of Esquire and Filion to travel first up. Then in fifth along the inside, Arrakis for Thiessen. Then came Shoulda Known Better for Henry. The back markers are still Petro Angel, McClure, Bucktober, and Borth. Can see them all. Rushing and brushing. Here comes Esquire. Esquire up against Pace Setter Dirt. These two in a third quarter tilt now, following a half of 58-4. Esquire trying to go around a very stubborn Dirt. Towed right up into it, a perfect striking spot for House and a Chestnut. The Great Reset, fourth and in. Willie or Won't He. Off stride went Dirt. Dirt has made a break going up towards 3/4. Esquire is now your leader. The Great Reset left uncovered in second. Third and in for Willie or Won't He. Bucktober has come from last, and he shows up in fourth now with less than a quarter to go. 3/4 up in 1:28-3. The Great Reset shoving a half length in front. Esquire could not go with. Bucktober continues to gain. Battles on for the show dough against Willie or Won't He. The Great Reset away cleanly and home a winner here. The Great Reset and House is in for 3. Bucktober and Borth finish second. Petro Angel from way back gets third for McClure, finishing up fourth. Esquire and Filion. 2 minutes, 1/5.
Towed up into this race following Esquire, getting that live cover, tipped off Esquire's back there and just kept on driving right to the front, and they didn't look back down the stretch, getting up for the victory in 2 minutes 1/5. 9th win of the season from 31 starts, and 2 of his last 3 are in the winner's circle for the Great Reset. And Lauren House, I thought Bucktober Sugar closed really strong from the back of the bus here tonight to get up for the deuce for Tyler Borth. I didn't think they could get the win, but they had a heck of an effort in that deuce in here.
Certainly was a big move. Bucktober from last was circling up on the back stretch, just ran out of racetrack, ran out of time. The Great Reset showing up tonight. Showing up as well, Lauren House, 3rd straight trip to the winner's circle tonight. Lauren House driving for sponsors Peter Brickman Stable. Another $50 donation for the win going to Toys for Tots, courtesy of Team Brickman. The Great Reset is back. 4-year-old Chestnut Gelded, son of Resolve, and of Don't Talk Back by Angus Hall. Owned and bred by Chantel Rice of Georgian Bluffs. Lauren House, co-owner, trainer, and driver. He's in for 3 tonight. Here's our track record holder, the Great Reset. Wins on the Drivers Holiday Challenge night in support of Toys for Tots. Blanket presentation right here, courtesy of Abode Home Comfort. The connections are lining up here with the Great Reset, a most handsome chestnut son of resolve. 15th career win, that's 9 on the season for our track record holder in London. Congratulations. And we'd like to thank the group at Abode Home Comfort for joining us on track tonight, sponsoring the blanket presentation. For the Great Reset, the favorite did not disappoint. It's official. And he paid $3.90. The Exactor, the Great Reset, along to Bucktober, $13.60. Dollar Try, $55.05. Super for $1, $190.30. 20 center coming back at $38.06. 8th up and coming, sponsored by Trot Magazine. We're back on the pace for race number 8. It's the opening leg of tonight's late pick 5. Race number 8, pick 5, $5,000 guaranteed pool. 4 pacing events, a trotting event in race 11. 8th race, as mentioned, sponsored by Trot Magazine. Number 5, Dark Moose, switching to blinkers. Steel to aluminum shoes up front. And there was a missing line for Greystone E&O. Take note of this one. Greystone E&O raced here on Friday night, was a race winner in 158 and 4. He paced off into the night, winning by 6+ lengths for the connections. Speaking of the connections, a co-owner, Ryan Willis, concerning the 6 Greystone E&O. He was posting on X earlier in the day, mentions if Greystone E&O happens to win, a $200 donation will go towards Toys for Tots. If Greystone E&O finishes second, he'll make it a $100 donation to Toys for Tots. And heck, regardless, he mentions $50 donation at the minimum for Greystone E&O, courtesy of Ryan Willis, co-owner of Greystone E&O. Coming up, race number 8 at a post 6. So thank you, Ryan Willis, and the connections of Greystone E&O contributing to the Toys for Tots fundraiser this evening. 9 minutes to post time. Race 8, as mentioned, Exactor, Try, Super, the late pick 5 starting up. Race 7 official rundown. Esquire finishing 4th. Dirt was 8th. The Great Reset, the race winner. Willie or Won't He 5th. Arrakis 6th. The Petro Angel 3rd. Bucktober was the runner-up finisher. Should have known better. 7th. From the top, 4, 8, 1, 5, 6, 3, 2, and 7. So Lorne House driving for the triple. Matching the win count thus far for Todderborth as well. Both gentlemen, local drivers here. Todderborth and Lorne House driving for triples thus far tonight. 6 minutes to post time. Race number 8 sponsored by Trot Magazine. This one starting up. The late pick 5 in London. Five minutes to post time. The late pick 5 getting set to start up. Here we go with some late pick 5 ticket ideas. Then coming up following the pick 5 ticket ideas, we'll have the latest update for the Drivers Holiday Challenge standings. Kurt Hughes will be by following the ticket ideas here with the latest driver standings for the Drivers Holiday Challenge. So this 8th race, I'm going to single up the 6 Greystone E&O. As mentioned, very impressive victory here on Friday night. I got talking to Lauren before that start. He mentioned he had double entered Greystone E&O. He kind of jogged here on Friday night. I mean, from off the pace, the further he went, the more he was going to win by. He ended up winning by 6 3/4 lengths. An easy victory against easier company, and he gets a great shot to double up here. Again, that was the missing line. 58-4, winner by 6 here on Friday night for the 6 Greystone E&O. Lorne House tries to make it 4 straight driving wins tonight. He's my single. Starting up the pick 5 play. Race 9, we're too deep there. Deepest of all, races 10 and 11. And over into race number 12, we'll try the 2 Military Secret, the 4 Jays and Tigers, and outside chance for 7, Favaro Sealster. Robert Reed Jr., his best go on the late pick 5 in London. He went deep the opening leg, 4 deep in fact, with Southern Flight, Jim's son. Love Triangle and Greystone E&O. Robert opts to single up the in race 9, the 4. Furiosa, who's on a great roll. She has circled them in her last 2 outings for victories. Then over into race number 10, Robert going 3 deep with 1-3-6. The 11th race on the trot. Final time tonight for trotters. Coming Fashion, working it on Broadway, and Run Like Hill from the outside post. And back to Pacers in our 12th and final race, where Robert goes to the Speedster, Bet on Bread on the Rail. And then outside to the 7, Favaro Sealster. Just a couple of late pick 5 ticket ideas. Best of luck if you're going to come along for the ride or come up with your own pick 5 here, starting up at race number 8. Next up, Kurt Hughes with the latest driver standings in the challenge.
That's right, Sugar. Tyler Borth still holds on to the lead here with 69 points, but hot on his heels is Lorne House in second with 60 points. In third is Bob McClure with 42 points, and really close in fourth is Sam Fillion. But Tyler Borth holding on to that narrow lead as Lorne House is heating up. He's reeled off 3 in a row, Sugar, and nice to see the Great Reset out of his stable atone for that break last time out and get the win tonight.
Yeah, the key was getting him away cleanly. He did that quite easy and had him sitting well up close there in fourth, and then got the perfect toe up. But then when left uncovered at 3/4, I may have doubted but it was only for about 5 seconds because, he engaged the first up attacker, Esquire, but the engagement didn't last long at all.
No, he was a dominant winner from then on. As soon as they hit the top of the stretch and he cleared up, he kind of swelled up again and away he went.
Good horses swell up when they find the right spot, and they've got some back class with them. So Greystone Ian O, he was a very nice 3-year-old around these parts, a 9-time winner. He went winless last season, but coming around now late in 2024, as mentioned, a sharp winner here on Friday night, and I like his chances coming up here. The players are on him as well as 8-5, and as mentioned, co-owner Ryan Willis makes a donation regardless of where Greystone Ian O finishes. Ryan mentions a $50 donation regardless to Toys for Tots. If he finishes second, the donation goes up to $100. If he happens to win, Ryan says $200 to the Toys for Tots campaign on this Drivers Holiday Challenge night. Greystone Ian O, 2-1 favorite currently, and a player to possibly begin this late pick 5 in London. So Bob McClure still in the mix here. I got talking to you earlier. I mentioned last night, did you have a thought of who might be a strong player? And Bob McClure was the one you mentioned last night, and he's still got some pretty good shots coming up.
Yeah, he does, but Lauren House, I mean, he's feeling his oats right now. With 3 wins, he's got a really good shot in here. Like you say, Greystone Ian O there with that win on December 6th, coming from off the pace to win by 6 3/4 lengths. He's got a great shot in here for sure. And Sugar, I don't even have him in my top 4 here. I was going off those other lines when I was doing my selections, but I should have maybe adjusted my picks and threw them in there for part of this ticket.
We could adjust it right now. Let's say you've got him pegged as a top 3 finisher here, and then
exactly.
It's sort of like that big mare she plays for keeps back a few races ago. Needed that heart-building win, and she came right back tonight. She was a grinder tonight, winning first up. So Greystone Ian O, last time picking up that heart-building win when facing easier, and Lauren, I believe, is pretty high in his chances here tonight as the good times continue to roll for Lauren in his first ever Drivers Challenge.
Yeah, it'd be great to see him win it and double dipping here with this horse at this level. They definitely do have a good shot. I don't like the post, though. Post 6, not a big fan of that for this horse, but the way he raced the other night, he could definitely get the job done.
All right, Post Parade is next. Race 8. This one opens up the pick 5, sponsored by Trot Magazine. A group of $8,000 claimers on the pace. Race 8, Exactor Try Super. The late pick 5 begins. Number 1, Southern Flight, racing for Cecilia Richardson of London. Cameron McQueen training Travis Henry on board. Travis Henry racing tonight and sponsored by the Scott McDivitt Stable. Post 2 for Teddy Hanover, for Stu McQueen, James Grant, and John McQueen. It's Cameron McQueen training. Sam Filion on board. Sam racing and sponsored by the Mark Corner Stable. Number 3, Jim's Son for Bert and Jason Sherman. Jason trains. Natasha Day on board. Natasha sponsored by the Lindsay Kerr Stable. Daryl Thiessen driving for Love Triangle. Daryl sponsored by the Jason Libby Stable tonight. Love Triangle racing for Doug Hastings and Brian Daly. Jason Libby conditions. Number 5 is Dark Moose, switching to blinker, shoeing change up front, steel to aluminum. Garrett Rooney on board. Garrett is sponsored by the John Pentland stable tonight with the 5, Dark Moose, for owner-trainer Troy Cochran. Here's 6, Grey Stone Ian O for Ryan Clements, Ryan Willis, Lauren House, Lauren Training and Driving. Lauren, sponsored by the Peter Brickman stable tonight. 7 outside, Kincaid Sealster, Mark Lasso owning, Daryl Vleeming Training, Bob McClure on board. Bob, sponsored by the Steve Boston stable. And completing the field, number 8, Twinbee Fearless from the treading spot, owned and trained by Gary MacDonald. Tollerborth Racing and sponsored by the Britt Kennedy stable tonight, driving this 8, Twinbee Fearless. From the back tier spot, a field of 8 opens up this late pick 5, race 8, sponsored by Trot Magazine. On the end of the score down here, Kurt with 3, Jim Sun. Jim Sun with the Tachiday on board for the Shermans. And Jim Sun getting some class relief in this one right here at 5-1.
Yeah, that's the angle I'm playing, Sugar. I just like the class drop. In desperate need of a confidence-building mile here. A fringe player in the last 3 starts. Had a good third, 4 starts back, 59-1. Shows some nice last quarters, and I just think with a little class relief, a good post here tonight could be the spot where Jim Sung gets one in the win column. A 5-time winner this year, 11 of 21 in the top 3 in his sophomore season. He's a late bloomer. Never raced last year, so this 3-year-old campaign, it's been a decent one. He's got a mark of 56 and change at Sarnia. So on the class drop, that's the angle I'm playing. I like the 3 in here, and I love the price.
I do like the chances for this 3, Jim Sun. The only question mark I got is gate speed. I'm not seeing it throughout the program lines, but maybe Nat can ask this fella to show up in the early going, find a good spot up close for 3. Jim Sun on the class drop. You like the price, 5-1 currently for Jim Sun. Another player you've got pegged in the top 2 is number 2, Teddy Hanover, Sam Filion, driving for owners Stu McQueen, James Grant, John McQueen. It's Cameron McQueen conditioning this 2. Teddy Hanover, 5-year-old son of betting line, a 7-2 currently. Sam Filion with a big upset earlier with Drink It Buddy. He's got a mild shot here at 7-2. I guess we'll call it third choice in wagering.
Yeah, Teddy Hanover had a nice effort on that line to be announced, circling up from off the pace. 3 wide, the 3/4 pole, ended up second by a half length in 2 minutes, 2/5 in behind Beck Jr. So Teddy Hanover has a good shot, draws into post 2 here, had post 6 in that line to be announced, and so I'm going to take a shot at them with Sam Filion on board from post 2.
Okay, we get talking about Greystone E and O, and you mentioned you kind of missed them, but you know what? I said let's toss them in for a top 3 selection for Kurt Hughes. Greystone E and O, the big win here on Friday night, and we've mentioned it a few times tonight. Sometimes horses just need those heart-building wins.
Yeah, what a difference they make. One win and away they go, right? And I think this one has a really good shot at doing that, because if you look down the lines, really didn't look interested in the previous 4 lines, and so off that confidence building win last time out, getting another dip at this class. You mentioned House wanting to double dip at this level. He does have a good shot from post 6.
You know what, Kurt, too? The body language, I'm loving it. This horse is very sharp tonight, Kurt. I watched him come out of the post braid. He was flying down the backstretch, and Lauren's got this horse right on the bit. Very sharp at 9-5 is the 6, Greystone E&O. The speed, though, likely comes from this 5, Dark Moose. He can bust the gate.
Yeah, this one raced the other night as well. Dark Moves does have that good early speed, so I think we'll hear from Rooney early.
Here we go. It's a field of 8. It's the late pick 5 starting up. There is still time. You would have to hurry, though. Race number 8 sponsored by Trot Magazine. Going in behind her, Southern Flight, Teddy Hanover, Jim Sun in the center, Love Triangle, then Dark Moves, Greystone, Ian O, Kincaid Sealster, Twinbee Fearless, back tier spot, top of the stretch. Field of 8 picking up speed for the opening leg of tonight's late pick 5. Here they come. They're off, busting the gate. The 5 Dark Moves for Rooney, leaving on out of there. Southern Flight for Travis Henry along the inside is away in second. Jim Sun wants a spot up close for Day. Traveling third, looking for a room at the inn and finding it. Traveling into fourth, Teddy Hanover for Sam Fillion. Sliding into fifth was Greystone, E&O, Lornehouse. Pocket pulling before the quarter mile. Southern Flight looping the earliest leader. Southern Flight for Travis Henry assumes command. 29-1 was the quarter mile. It's a 2-length lead now for this 10-year-old son of Pan Pacific Flight. Southern Flight leading. Dark Moves now second. Traveling third is Jim Sun. Fourth best away for Teddy Hanover with the front flight at fifth. Greystone, E&O. Gapping near the back. Twinbee Fearless not keeping up for fourth. That has a move to the outside by Love Triangle Thiessen. Trailing was Kincaid, Sealster, and McClure. Pairing up on by the half and 59-1. Southern Flight still going forward. Continuing now in second. That's the earliest leader, Dark Moves. An uncovered bid coming from Teddy Hanover. Another toe up for House with Greystone, E&O. He's in a perfect striking spot, and he's tipping 3 wide. Right here, right now. It's the backside, final time, and it's still Southern Flight leading. There go the earplugs. Second best and in, Dark Moves, Greystone, E&O. Roused up at the 3 wide side. Still between pacers. Teddy Hanover's digging down deep, and Jim Sun is finding room late for Day. You can throw a blanket over the front 5 as they turn for home after 3 quarters. 129-2, Greystone, E&O, and House maybe with another live one here. Second best, Teddy Hanover. Jim Sun now to challenge for the deuce. Greystone, E&O, and House. Ice House for 4 in a row over London. Second best was Teddy Hanover. Jim Sun third. Fourth goes to Dark Moves. So there it is, folks. Lornehouse, 4 driving victories in a row in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. House in his first ever Drivers' Challenge at the age of 43.
Well, the double dip pays off as Greystone, E&O circled up from off the pace to win last time out. He goes right back to another off the pace style victory here today. Perfect drive by House Sugar, setting it up second over there and tipping off cover there around the last turn. Circling up to lead, getting the job done. The 2 race good here, Teddy Hanover.
Sure did.
And my top play, Natasha Day. She angled out. She did a good job getting out there around the last turn with Jim Sun to get up for the showdown.
Right on, Greystone, E&O. He kind of showed it in post parade. He kind of tipped his hand. He was very, very sharp, and coming right back here after a going away victory Friday night. As you mentioned, double dips and goes right back to the winner's circle. House for his 4th driving win on this Drivers' Holiday Challenge card in support of Toys for Tots. Well, the Brickmans are busy. The Brickmans are opening up the wallet. Another $50 donation for Toys for Tots. Lornehouse, sponsored by Peter Brickman Stable, aboard Greystone, E&O. He's a 5-year-old son of sports writer. Out of Whiskey Nancy O by Mach 3 for owners Ryan Clements, Ryan Willis. Lornehouse. Lauren training and driving again. Lauren's 4th trip to victory lane tonight comes in the Trot Magazine feature. Race number 8, and again co-owner Ryan Willis with the $200 donation following the victory by Greystone, E&O, going towards the Toys for Tots fundraiser. Congratulations to all. Race number 8 is now official. Prices are posted. Greystone, E&O at even money, getting the job done. Exactor $17.30. Try $38.20. Dollar Super, $139.65. Your 20 center just shy of $28. 4 more to go. For the 5th annual Drivers Holiday Challenge, 9th race up and coming is sponsored by the Trevor Henry Stable. Exactor Try, a Superfecta, a late pick 4 beginning. It's another field of 8 on the pace with no changes. 7 minutes to think about it. Here's that official rundown for race number 8. Southern Flight was 6. Teddy Hanover, Big Trip for 2nd. Jimson finishing 3rd. Love Triangle 7th. Dark Moves 4th. Greystone Ian O doubles up in London. Kincaid Sealster 5th. Twinbee Fearless finishes 8th. From the top, a 6, 2, 3, 7, 4, 1, 5, and 8. The good times continue to roll tonight for driver Lauren House. He's won all races from, well, we go back to race 6 on. Pajamas Optional, race 6. The Great Reset, race 7. No, let's go back to race 5. She plays for keeps and House in the 5th. Then Pajamas Optional in the 6th. Then it was the Great Reset on to Greystone Ian O. So the 9th up-and-coming, Trevor Henry Stable is sponsoring this up-and-coming 9th race. Lauren House on board another big live play in 4 Furiosa. She has circled them in her last 2 victories over London. Opening up as a heavy favorite, number 7, Big Lady J from the outside gate, 3 to 5 with Travis Henry on board. Alrighty, up to a late pick 4, covering our final 4 races on this Drivers Holiday Challenge night. Race 9, sponsored by the Trevor Henry Stable. The 9th race, we're going to try 2 Little T for some early speed. Then we'll try the closer, number 4, Furiosa. Lauren House trying for his 5th straight driving win. So the drive for 5 for Lauren comes up with the 4, Furiosa in this 9th race. 2-4 for me to start up the late pick 4 in London. We're 4 deep in race 10 using Land of Paradise, Fear the Crush, Ladies from Hell, and Faded Fire. Over into race 11, 4 deep again with the Trotters, Coming Fashion, Playful Elegance, Cellular, and Run Like Hill. On the end of it, we're back on the pace for the High 5 finale. And that's where we'll use a Military Secret, Jays and Tigers, Favaro Sealster. Robert Reed Jr. with his late pick 4 ticket idea. Singles up Furiosa. Gets behind Lauren House. His drive for 5 aboard number 4, Furiosa here. A 2-to-1 second choice in the early going. A single for Robert. 1-3-6 for Rob in the 10th race. Land of Paradise, Ladies from Hell, Faded Fire. That he's on 2-3-7, race 11. coming fashion, working it on Broadway and Run Like Hill. And in the finale, Speedster, Bet on Bread on the Rail. And then outside to the closer, 7, Favaro Seals. It's like that for Robert Reed Jr. on the late pick 4. Driver standings update on their way with Kurt Hughes joining us tonight for the broadcast.
Okay, we got a new leader, Lauren House, off that 4-in-a-row win performance in the card tonight. He's on fire, and he's got the lead with 75 points in the Holiday Driving Challenge. In second, Tyler Borthy slips into second with 70 points, and now Sam Fillion is in third with 50 points. Bob McClure drops out of the top 3 down to 46 points, but Sugar Lauren House definitely heating up and up 4 in a row. Looking at the last few races, he could, in his first time in this Drivers Challenge, clinch the title.
Wow, he's got a heck of a lineup. We mentioned mid-card, it was starting to look good for House, and I didn't realize, but at Furiosa, at even money, another live bullet for House, and this one, she's a closer, and if she's with him at 3/4 and covered up a bit, she's got a big burst of speed on the end, Kurt.
Yeah, if she's within 3 lengths at the 3/4 pole, it's game over for her rivals because she can really close. She loves to race. I'm a big fan of this mare, especially at this level. She's been good at this level over the last number of years, and 8 wins, 7 seconds from just 24 starts this year. That's 15 for 24. So Lauren House has an excellent shot at making it a high 5.
Wow. Is he in the driver's street? I mean, there's 4 races left to go, but it's looking really good for Lauren. He's got Furiosa here, over to race 10, Rail Advantage, with a morning line favorite in Land of Paradise. The next couple of races, he could put a stranglehold on the top spot.
Yeah, definitely. And he's got post 8 in race 11, the trailing spot, and that one's coming off a good second from post 6. And so, yeah, he could definitely close it out on top.
I think he's got to get what he can over the next couple of races. Race 11, tough trailing spot, Fox Valley, Ontario, and then race 12 aboard a long shot and Drew the Dragon. So things are heating up in the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Lauren House takes the lead just ahead of Tyler Borth. This 9th race up and coming, number 4, Furiosa, a likely fave, plus hard to go against after circling them in her latest 2. Right now, she's a 2-1 second choice behind 7. Big Lady J at 7-5. Post Parade coming up. Live shot we're getting from KOSA TV. Their crew on track tonight with the KOSA TV show underway. Look at Robert Reed Jr., part of their broadcast. He's featured with Mark McKelvey and James MacDonald, the final KOSA TV show of 2024. Happy to have them with us and in play this evening. Post Parade, 9th race next. Starters on parade, fillies and mares, $8,000 tags on the pace. Number 1, Scarlet Dragon, Bob McClure tonight for Brianna Ackenstein. The trainer, Steve Bossens. Little T from post 2, the Speedster for Shen Guo. Trainer, Riley Simpson, Garrett Rooney up. Havarti 1 at a post 3. Could be waiting on the 3. Stepping out is the 4 Furiosa. This mare tries to make it 3 in a row. Lauren House tries to make it 5 in a row for trips to the winner's circle tonight. Furiosa for owner-trainer William Leon Jr. Lauren House. Number 5, L'Argent Lightspeed, another speedster here for owner-trainer Pat Bissett, Tyler Borth. Credit Kawhi is 6, Natasha Day driving for Larry Lane, trainer Pat Bissett. Colonel Schneider Jr. owning, Cassidy Schneider training 7, Big Lady J, Travis Henry. And then it's a trailing spot for the 8, Blossom on the Beach. Going out for owner-trainer Cameron McQueen, Sam Filion listed tonight. It will be a field of 8 on the pace. There is 3. Havarti 1, little late for the party, but she's in to go for owner-trainer Ryan Stewart. Daryl Thiessen driving the long shot 3, Havarti 1. That is your field of 8. For race 9, sponsored by the Trevor Henry Stable, Exactor Tri Super, the late pick 4 starting up. All right, Kurt, there she is. There's the closer, Furiosa. She does have early speed to work with, but she does her best work when following up on a helmet.
Yeah, definitely. She's got some versatility in her game. Like you said, she was a winner twice there on the front end on her card. 4 starts back, 58 and 2. But her last 2 wins have come from off the pace, and I do agree. I think she does her best work off a helmet, chasing a target, and from post 4, we'll see what House decides to do. He's having quite a night, and he's got some options. He's got some tricks up his sleeve for this one, because he can do it on the front or off the pace. She's very, like I mentioned, very versatile, and so that is quite a great feeling when you get up behind a horse and you know you got a lot of tools in the tool bag.
Pretty much, right? This mare is confident with 2 straight victories. Lauren very confident with 4 driving wins in a row tonight. And like you said, he's in a great spot here. He can kind of pick his spot off the wings. This is where it's go time for the rest of them, when early speed battles likely to set up in the next few races. I think this race has got a big battle brewing in the early going, and it could set up for the closer, and I think House has just got to sit back and relax.
I agree. From post 4, he can get a good trip mid-pack and maybe work out that second over trip for Furiosa, because we all know what she can do off a helmet. I think Little T and Garrett Rooney will be calling the shots early. This one has really good gate speed, and so from post 2, I think they will be on the point in here.
I agree. Little T, he was kind of breezing her pretty good under the post parade, opening up the airways. And Little T, I could see her blasting for Rooney off the car. You've got 7, Big Lady J, pegged as a player, gets her nose back on gate. Tough spot to win from, Kurt, is the trailing spot 8. That's what this big daughter of Big Jim did in her latest from off the pace. A winner in 2 minutes flat. Travis Henry reuniting here. He knows this Big Lady J well. It's just an outside post to overcome this time.
Yeah, at least she's on the gate. Like you mentioned, post 8 can be a problem for some horses. If they don't get their nose on the gate, sometimes they can throw in a clunker from the trailing spot. But that was a nice win, but it was also some class relief. She's been racing much tougher prior to that. Dropped in for 8,000 last time out and was the winner for Snyder and company. And Garrett Rooney did a great job with her last time out with that win in 2 minutes. So post 7, again, at this 8,000 claiming level, they're going to need a trip. They're going to need some live cover to chase, but Big Lady J definitely has a shot at 3-1.
All right, Kurt Hughes joining us for this Drivers Holiday Challenge. Kurt, a member of the broadcasting team with Red Shores, Prince Edward Island, joining us remotely. Number 1, Scarlet Dragon, Bob McClure. If this horse could ever show up with her best, with her A game, that is, she could run away and hide on these.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look down the lines at that optional 9,500 claimer, picked up checks both times out, 57-2 and then 59 and change. But last time out, threw in the towel off a first over challenge. And so from the rail, they'll need a covered up trip but they could hit the ticket.
All right, trying to find her form in here. Number 1, Scarlet Dragon, top 3 selection here for Kurt Hughes. Race 9, sponsored by Trevor Henry Stable. Here we go. Let's do this thing. Scarlet Dragon and Little T have already won. Furiosa's in the center. Then L'argent Lightspeed, Credit Kawai, Big Lady J for 7 across. Trailing out Blossom on the Beach. Who do you like? 1/8 of a mile from the start. Pacing mares pick up speed. Opening leg. Late pick 4 in London. They're off. It's on. Havarti won in the center. Little T along the inside. Big Lady J in play. All kinds of early speed threats here in the early going. A Little T came out on top. Plugged in from the back tier spot. Blossom on the Beach is protecting an inside lane. It's the parking ticket early for Havarti 1 out there in second. Also parked a second over into fourth. L'Argent Lightspeed going forward. Up and by the quarter mile. They're 3 high going there in 20. 8 and 3 farthest out. L'Argent Lightspeed clearing to the top. Going on hold in second. Havarti 1. Earliest leader Little T now finds herself in third. Thinking about it. Fourth was Blossom on the Beach. Big Lady J spies up the front 4 from a fifth. Then traveling into 6 as they come down in front of a Scarlet Dragon. Next to last, the closer, Furiosa for House. Gapped off treading was Credit Kawai. It's 1/2 gone and 1 to go for L'Argent Lightspeed and Borth. 57 and 3. That's a very quick half for this bunch of claiming mares. L'Argent Lightspeed, the one to take down. Little T coming to her now. She's second. Moving into third was Blossom on the Beach. Gapped along the inside. Havarti 1. Gapped in the center and off stride went Big Lady J. Furiosa was making a move wide off the back end, but she hooked wheels and she's trailing the field. Upset in the making. You know it. 128 and 1 for 3/4. Little T driving on here for Garrett Rooney. Now shows a clear lead bending around the final turn. L'Argent Lightspeed is second best. Late move now coming from Blossom on the Beach at 11 to 1. Show him if you got him time here. It's Little T on top. Blossom on the Beach. Credit Kawai coming on late. Rooney for the mild upset. Little T at 7 to 1 takes the 9th. Blossom on the Beach second. Credit Kawai third. Rounding at the top 4, Scarlet Dragon 2 minutes 1/5. Early battles and late battles. Early battles and battles throughout there in race number 9. Number 2, Little T, comes out on top for Garrett Rooney. Little T, Garrett Rooney on board. Garrett sponsored tonight by the John Pentland Stable. A $50 donation from the Pentland Stable for the victory. Garrett Rooney on board. Little T, a $50 cash donation towards Toys for Tots for that driving victory. Blossom on the Beach is second. Third goes to 6, Credit Kawai. Scarlet Dragon fourth. Some big numbers involved here in the exactor try. Superfecta, 9th race, sponsored by the Trevor Henry Stable. We got Little T returning here. Little T, Shen Guo, the owner of Waterloo. This one by All-American Native out of Tierra's Bluff by Artiscape. A Riley Simpson trained Garrett Rooney driven to win. Little T for her 20th career win. 8th victory of 2024. Normally an early speed threat. And Kurt, if you're with us tonight, she comes from off the pace. Big, nice move in the late going for Little T.
Yeah, a lot to unpack in that race.
Right.
With, Little T using that early speed that Little T has. And I got away early on the front, but gosh, guns blazing off the wings. There was 3 or 4 other levers, and so she ended up getting shuffled back to 4th, but a great drive by Rooney getting her out into the flow and didn't have any traffic to deal with there. First up and cleared to the to get the win at 7-1. Our top play, Furiosa,
Ooh.
unfortunately had looked like she had a ton of horse up the backstretch,
Yeah.
but then McClure had to kind of angle out around the 7 who made that break. Big Lady J made an uncharacteristic break, so McClure having to move out a little bit, hooked wheels with Furiosa,
Right.
and unfortunately for House, that put him out of the race.
Got
But
tangled up.
big trip from Little T in there.
Yeah, it was setting up for House, you know, the half 57 and the miles only 2 minutes 1/5. But as you mentioned, tangled up on the backside as a breaker got ahead of McClure and House. So we've got official here then in race number 9, and we thank Trevor Henry Stable for sponsoring that 9th race victory by Little T, who returned 17:10. Exacta came back at 3:07.60. Dollar try 1,200, 23.40. Superfecta dollar ticket 2,786.15. 20-cent return at 557.23. So things shaking up here in the late going for the Drivers Holiday Challenge. 7 minutes away from the upcoming 10th race, sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Shoeing change for 6, Faded Fire race 10, aluminum to steel shoes up front. 7 minutes away from an Exactor, Tri, Super, and late pick 3. Race 9 official rundown. Scarlet Dragon 4th. Little T was the race winner. Havarti won 7th. Furiosa finishing 6th. Largent Lightspeed 5th. Credit Kawhi was 3rd. The 7, Big Lady J, did not finish. She pulled up. A Blossom on the Beach was the runner-up finisher. From the top, 4-1-7-6-5-3. DNF with the 2 on the bottom. Garrett Rooney with the victory aboard Little T. Garrett Rooney racing for sponsors John Pentland Stable. As mentioned, a $50 donation from the Pentland Stable included now for Toys for Tots with that driving win by Rooney aboard the upset winner Little T in race number 9. As mentioned, the 10th race up and coming is sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Field of 7 all on gate for this 10th race. Exactor, Tri, Super. It's a pick 3 opportunity opening up at even money. Ladies from Hell, Garrett Rooney to possibly come right back here for Team Sumner. Looks like we have a visitor on track. North Pole visitor on track aboard a racehorse we'll see. Going postward in our 12th and the final tonight. This is Favaro Sealster. Out on a warm-up here. The Santa Colors on board. Favaro Sealster. Leaving from post 7. I believe Santa warmed him up last season for the Drivers' Holiday Challenge and got the job done. So maybe Favaro Sealster looking for that winning form again as the Santa goes on for a bit of a warm-up this evening prior to his 12th race start this evening. We'll see Favaro Sealster, the outside post 7, in our High Five finale. 2 minutes away from race 10.
Okay, so Lauren House still holds on to the lead here with 78 points. He is in first place. Tyler Borth in second with 74 points. In third is Sam Filion with 60 points, and Bob McClure is still in fourth with 51 points, tightening up a little bit on the front. 4-point lead for House going into this 10th race.
Yeah, you know what? I could see it getting very tight here over the next 2 and 3 races. This one's not over yet. I think it comes right down to the finale in race number 12. I figured so. A deep driver challenge. I love the lineup, and they're putting on a great show out there tonight, Kurt.
Absolutely, and Garrett Rooney's got a really good shot here. With the 3 in this race at going back to back. Bob McClure has a really good shot in here as well from post 6, and Land of Paradise on the rail for Lauren House, who will hopefully shake off that trip last time out with Furiosa.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's pretty frustrated with hook and wheels there up the backstretch, because like you mentioned, off that half in 57, she would have been mopping them up, I would think, in the last quarter.
I was thinking the worst to first. You know, he moved her wide as they hit the backside, did everything right. It's just you cannot predict when a horse in front is going to roll off stride and cause a bit of confusion. It's exactly what happened. There was nothing wrong with the drive. As you mentioned,
No.
she was going to circle them again.
Yeah, like she had so much pace, I think he couldn't correct her quick enough, because she was just full of pace, and the rest were tiring, and so it was just an unfortunate thing that happened right as she was revving up.
The saying goes, never a sure thing in a horse race, hey Kurt?
No, that's for sure.
10th race, up and coming, sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Live shot from our paddock. We'll see them on Post Parade here shortly. It's Fillies and Mares on the pace next. On Post Parade then, starters for race 10. It's a field of 7 on the pace, and no drive here for Tyler Borth, so Borth picks up the 5 points for the non-drive here in race number 10. Exacta Tri Super, the pick 3 opportunity. Number 1, Land of Paradise. Lauren House driving for Jeff Mayhew. The trainer is Lindsay Kerr. Fear the Crush 2, Travis Henry for owner-trainer Alan Shelton. And then 3, Ladies from Hell, a 44-time winner here for Mike and Shay Sumner. Mike trains. Garrett Rooney will try to come right back in here. Team Sumner will try to go 2 for 2 tonight. Number 4, New York Hardcore, Sonia Jolie of Quebec owning. Francis Guillemette trains. Sam Filion on the 4, New York Hardcore. Here's the 5, Razin Jazz. Daryl Thiessen driving for Gino Toscani. Trainer Ashley Lenvoy. And then 6, Faded Fire. Shoeing Change, aluminum to steel up front. Owned by Mindy Findling, Repco of Florida. Pam Forgy Condition. Bob McClure driven. And 7 outside for Lola's Sunshine. Natasha Day for Scott and Brad McDibbin. Tom Broadhurst and Brad Douglas. Scott does the training. Field of 7. All on gate for this Exactor Tri Super Pick 3. Sponsored by Grand River Raceway. Okay, Kirk getting a good look here at Faded Fire. Striding right out here for Bob McClure. Trainer Pam Forgy opts for the shoeing change. Going aluminum to steel up front for this one.
Yeah, that could help. We watched it help one earlier in the card. I can't remember the name of the one who won earlier in the card, switching from aluminum to steel. But this one has a good shot. Last time at this level was a winner. Head post 4 and was a first up rush and crush style victory for Faded Fire on that day. That was 3 starts back, 56 and change. That was a big trip. And McClure, he is having an okay night, but a little shy on the win column for him tonight. He'd like to get this win, and he's got a great shot.
You know what, Kurt, being a winter racing track only, the shoeing changes are key around here, especially when you're getting into different weather. I mean, we've had over 100 centimeters of snow through the last week. We've had rainy conditions the last couple of days, so we've gotten everything here. So shoeing changes are key on a night like tonight.
Yeah, they are, and aluminums, especially if it's kind of a muddy night, aluminums can be... They can wear on a horse. They can tire them out pretty good. They got so much grab. And so the move to steel could be the winning move for this horse here tonight. Like I mentioned, they were quite comfortable in winning up that first over effort, 3 starts back. So I don't love post 6, but I think McClure can overcome it with this horse. This mare has a really good shot in here.
I like her look. I'm liking her body language. She gets a shot. Bob McClure with 6, Faded Fire. How about Ladies from Hell? At a post 3, Garrett Rooney will try to come right back in here. Team Sumner in the winner's circle earlier on the car with the big mare she plays for keeps. Now, this is a 44-time winner, and she is always on go. 23 top 3 finishes from 35 outings. Real nice mare here, banking $50,000 on the season.
Yeah, 9-time winner. Looking for win number 10 this year. Was a winner on the front end, 3 starts back. And how about the trip last time out from post 7? Got away 8, circled up to hit the ticket there, finishing 3rd, 58 and 1 with the back half, 58 and change. And so Ladies from Hell drawing in here to post 3. I could see this one definitely being right there at the wire. And got some versatility in her game, so Rooney's got some options there.
Definitely not a one-trick pony, this 3. Ladies from Hell trying for her 45th career win. Number 1, Land of Paradise, off the claim here. Trainer Lindsay Kerr. Lauren House trying to bounce back there off a, disappointing outing race 9.
Yeah, Lindsay Kerr batting 346 this year, and so fresh off the claim. Going to be tough, though. This is a really good group of horses. I just like the rail advantage for this one. And coming off back-to-back wins, confidence is going to be at an all-time high. Picks up Lauren House, and so I think Land of Paradise could definitely hit the ticket here. And I thought it'd be a little longer, though, than 5-1 against these good mares here tonight.
Right on. She is bumping up in class. Kurt Hughes out of Prince Edward Island, part of the Red Shores broadcasting team, with us for the commentary this evening. From the rail out, race 10, Land of Paradise, Fear the Crush, Ladies from Hell, New York Hardcore in the center, then Razin Jazz, Faded Fire, Lola's Sunshine, all 7 on gate in the Grand River Raceway feature. 8th of a mile out. Picking up speed, here they come, and off stride. Prior to the start, briefly, was the 4 New York Hardcore. They're off. Ladies from Hell pushing the car right on out of there. Ladies from Hell on top by 4. In the early going, Ladies from Hell is leading. Second best, Land of Paradise dropping into third. Went to Faded Fire. Fear the Crush travels fourth. Fifth and in for New York Hardcore. And next to last game, Razin Jazz. Lola Sunshine trailing about a dozen lengths front to back. So, Garrett Rooney settling into the front end mission. Ladies from Hell on the lead where she absolutely loves to be. Ladies from Hell still maintaining a 3.5 length lead. She reached the quarter mile in 29 flat, and they can't keep up. Ladies from Hell for Rooney. Land of Paradise under House urging second. Faded Fire, McClure traveling third. The midfield fourth for Fear the Crush and Travis Henry. Next in line to be fifth was New York Hardcore for Philion. Switching outside, Razin Jazz, Thiessen, gapped off trailing Lola Sunshine and Day. 59 flat a halftime, 30 flat. Well rated through that second frame, veering wide into that lower turn. Something went amiss briefly with Faded Fire, and now she's trailing, and it's 3/8 left to go for the leading lady. Ladies from Hell still striding out by 3 full lengths. Chased up from second, Land of Paradise, and uncovered third. Fear the Crush trying to gain. That's a toe up for Razin Jazz, who's out there trying to be fourth. Fifth and in, New York Hardcore. Lola Sunshine coming ahead of Faded Fire. 3/4 hit me. 1:28 and 1. Ladies from Hell. Rooney trying to come right back. Ladies from Hell, the 10-year-old daughter of Classic Card Shark, showing up with her A game for what could be, for what looks to be, career win number 45. Here she is. Ladies from Hell all the way. Land of Paradise second. Third goes to New York Hardcore. Finishing up for it, Lola Sunshine. Ladies from Hell. That's a heck of a campaign for this old mare. 157 and 3 downtown in London for Team Sumner.
Well, it's going to be a fun trailer ride home for Team Sumner as they've won 2 races here on the card, and this mare was huge tonight. As you mentioned, Sugar, pushing the car out, leaving. She spotted them 4 lengths right off the gate in a blink of an eye, and so that was a good front-end mission for Garrett Rooney aboard Ladies from Hell, getting the job done on the off-track. 157 and 3. Rooney goes back-to-back.
Yeah, what a nice mare, right? She was lightly raced last season. The mare had some health issues, but I mentioned when she's in the race, she is always on go. And what a trip tonight over the good track. 157 and 3, and they could not get close. She was carrying a 3-length lead all the way, and she opened up on them going downtown. And here she is, Ladies from Hell, meeting up with her co-owner, Shay Sumner. She's the 10-year-old daughter of Classic Card Shark out of Jenny's Place by Arts Place. She's a BC bred, owned by Mike and Shay Sumner of London. Mike, the trainer. Garrett Rooney driving for the double again. She's going all the way tonight for career win number 45, number 10 on the season. Big trip over that track, 57 and 3. Ladies from Hell, Garrett Rooney take the Grand River Raceway feature, and the sponsor for driver Rooney, John Pentland, with the $50 donation to Toys for Tots following that driving victory. It's official. Prices are up. Ladies from Hell, $340. Exactor, $17.70. Dollar Try, $36.30. Super for $1. $139.05. 20 center, $27.81. And then there were 2 races left to go. Up and coming 11th, our final look at trotters tonight. Race 11 sponsored by HPI Bet. Exactor Try, Super. It's a late double. The 6 Cellular puts an open bridle on, adding earplugs and a choke plate as well. 8 trotters, no significant changes. 10 minutes to post time for the Exactor Try, Super, and late double. Alrighty, rundown for the 10th race. Land of Paradise finishing second. Fear the Crush was seventh. Ladies from Hell, race winner. New York Hardcore third. Razin Jazz sixth. Faded Fire fifth. Lola Sunshine finishing up in fourth. From the top, a 2-7-1, 3-6-5-4. Driver Garrett Rooney going back to back aboard Little T onto Ladies from Hell. And again, Garrett Rooney is racing tonight for sponsors. John Pentland Stable, so two $50 donations with the victories with Little T and Ladies from Hell, two $50 donations to Toys for Tots, courtesy of the John Pentland Stable. 6 minutes to post time. Race 11 up and coming. Final trotting event on the card. Race 11 sponsored by HBI Bet. A late double kicks off here, going on to a pacing event in race number 12 that is sponsored by the London Classic Yearling Sale. All right, a couple of legs left to go on the multi-leg wagers here in the late going. Late pick 5, live money update, $13,000 plus. Pick 5 pool, leaving $161 still in play with 2 legs left to go. The pick 4 began in race number 9, $8,600 plus in the pool, leaving $346. Garrett Rooney takes the first couple of legs of tonight's late pick 4 aboard Little T at 7-1. Ladies from Hell was a race favorite. Really like that mare. A 45-time winner at 10 years of age, the daughter of Classic Card Shark, nearing $300,000 career earnings. She's a 10-time winner this season. And Team Sumner going 2 for 2, racing their horses tonight at their home track. 4 minutes away from the upcoming 11th race, again sponsored by HBI Bet Trotters for an Exacta Try Super and Late Double. And we'll thank our cappers for joining us tonight. Kurt Hughes out of Prince Edward Island joining us for the broadcast. He is part of the broadcast talented team at Red Shores, the tracks at Summerside and Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. And Kurt Hughes selecting number 2, Coming Fashion on top here. An easy gate-to-wire winner last week, but will now be meeting tougher Lucerella Nathan Bain. Just Land Paquette also selecting 2, Coming Fashion on top. Robert Reed Jr. opts for the 3, working it on the Broadway. I went to 6, Cellular, hoping for a price, some equipment changes, and now Garrett Rooney tries for his 3rd straight driving win tonight. Shout out to Sammy Up Richard, liking the chances here for 3, working it on Broadway. Race 11 Trotters, post-parading here soon, and maybe an update for the driver standings.
Okay, there it is, Sugar. Lauren House still leading the way with 87 points. In second is Tyler Borth with 79 points. Sam Pillion in third with 66 points. And moving into fourth, Garrett Rooney off a couple wins with 62 points. So things are tightening up in the top 4.
Yeah, I think the top 4 is where you want to be. I mean, Rooney, the max points, he can pick up 2 wins to gain 30 points to put him up around 92. So he's still in play, but it's not looking good for the rest of the field. Bob, Travis, Natasha, and Daryl rounding out the bottom 4 in the Drivers' Holiday Challenge. But Lauren House leading, but not quite a stranglehold. Tyler Borth, as mentioned, the runner-up finisher of this challenge. The last 3 seasons, he wants this one. Sam Filion, he is still very much in play as we get set to have some trotters throw down in race 11, our final trotting event. And you know what, Kurt, lots of nice trotters down your way. Prince Edward Island has come up with some really nice trotters over the last few seasons, be it stakes action, even the open classes are looking really good down there.
Yeah, my brother's got a really nice trotter for Donnie McRae named Fight Song.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a dandy trotter, and he was a winner in his latest. And so, yeah, the trot down home here, it always fills, always a full field, and very competitive. It's been competitive all summer, but Fight Song is definitely the one to beat right now. New Legacy is another real dandy trotter that gives 110% each and every week, and David Dowling has picked up the drive on New Legacy because Jason got this new trotter Fight Song.
Okay.
Who's been on the island for a little over a month, so Jason is driving Fight Song and doing good things. Like I mentioned, a winner in his latest.
Yeah, back in the day when I first started going to the races, early 80s, you'd see a lot of trotters or race. If the trotters got really good, they would have them facing the top class pacers down around Summerside and Charlottetown. I remember some nice old trotters, names that you might not recall, but there was another Janet. She took a trot track record in December at Summerside Raceway one season. Colgan's Comet came along, and he was a nice trotter around Prince Edward Island. Plenty of nice trotters. Cantar Jason, Cal McCory, he was one of my favorites. Calvin McCory was one of my favorite trainer drivers growing up. I loved his black, white, and red colors around Summerside and Charlottetown. So some of my fondest memories from racing down home, as you say, come from the early 80s. I can remember races that happened 40 years ago, but sometimes I can't remember races that took place last week.
Yeah, it's funny when we get older. That's exactly how it happens. But
right.
Remember another one from back in the day? Was it Rustico Hotshot?
Oh yeah, Alaire Pino.
Yeah, the Pino family.
Yeah,
they were always so great with the trotters.
Yeah,
and he had the track record in Charlottetown for a while.
He was very nice. Yeah, around 201. I think he had the half hopples, and come around Old Home Week, those trotters could really fly around Charlottetown during Old Home Week. A favorite time, August, in the summer months down around Prince Edward Island for Old Home Week at Red Shores in Charlottetown. Getting some great footage here from COSA. Our friends with COSA are on track with their final show in the meet. There you see Robert Reed Jr. interviewing driver Garrett Rooney on the way out here with Cellular. Cellular and the Connections opt for a few equipment changes with that one. 5-2 currently for the 6 Cellular. My top selection here. I'll stick to it. And yeah. So we'll get a look at the horses and drivers on Post Parade here shortly. Race 11 of 12, sponsored by HPI Bet, coming up. Here we go, the trotters on parade. Exacta Tri, super late double. She's under the radar on the rail for Natasha Day. Gino Toscani owning Ashley Lenvoy conditions. Number 2, Coming Fashion will try to double up for Triple S Equine. Pam Forgey training Bob McClure. And then 3, working it on Broadway. Sam Filion for Don Rankin Jr. Chris Hadrian, Rankin trains. Michael Hamlin owning and training number 4, Duke Deo. Daryl Thiessen will be driving. There's more to come here. Field of 8 on the trot. No significant changes other than a few equipment changes for the 6 Cellular. Speaking of cellular, here he is, switching to an open bridle, earplugs going in, a choke plate added as well for 6 cellular. Rooney tries to make it 3 in a row tonight. Cellular's owned by Pam Forgy and Dave Wilkinson with Forgy Training. 7 outside, Run Like Hill. Tyler Borth gets the call for owner-trainer Francis Guillemette. Trailing spot for 8. Fox Valley, Ontario. Lorne House for Randy Fulmer. Phil Catcher. Randy trains. Rounding it out, Duke Deo. Thiessen for Hamlin. 8 trotters. As mentioned, Exactor Try, Super. It's the late double. Current favorite, 7. Run Like Hill for Borth. We are going to catch up with a score down here, and it's a top selection for Kurt Hughes. Number 2, Coming Fashion, showing great form coming in.
Yeah, Rob Reed would love the shots of the score downs here, wouldn't he? He usually likes the score down shots, and he's getting a good look here at the 2. I think this one has a really good shot. Coming Fashion, coming off that win from the rail last time out, 2 minutes 2/5 at this non-winners 3,000 last 3. So another kick at this class from an inside post. Another one, Bob McClure has a really good shot at winning. Rough night so far for McClure, but again, he's got another live mount.
I like the chances here, and I love that score down. I get talking to Robert Reed Jr. about this trotter last week. When he first came here and got under the conditioning of Pam Forgy, there were some braking issues, but I believe Pam has got this one figured out because nothing but clean lines and very honest now, and that score down was just beautiful for number 2, Coming Fashion, and that is why he is a current 6-5 fave with Bob McClure on board. Another one to consider here, top 2 selection for Kurt Hughes. Number 1, she's under the radar. Well, she's doing just that. She is under the radar right now at 9-1. It's Girl Power combining here. Trainer Ashley Lenvoy. Natasha Day on board this mare. She's under the radar with a rail advantage.
Yeah, and it has good gate speed, and had the rail 2 starts back at that bottom condition class. A little give and go early, got back to the front, was a winner in 2:01 and change, and then last time out at this level from post 6, second early setup shop in the 2-hole, ended up 3rd in 2:01. And so from the rail, I have to think she's going to get a really good trip up close to the lead if Natasha Day can get her off on the right foot from the rail. They could get a nice pocket ride here and a nice price right now at 9-1.
Daughter of Tactical Landing with some tactical early speed. Could be in the mix here. The price is right at 9-1 as we go inside of 2 minutes to play this late double. On to Pacers in our 12th and final race. 5 Playful Elegance. This is a big price. Longest shot on the board. You're getting Travis Henry on board. This mare can go with these, and if Travis can find any kind of trip at all, this mare could grab a big chunk of this one. Again, longest shot on the board. I did not see that one coming. I like this mare.
Neither did I. Yeah, this one has a really good shot at being a long shot play. If you look at the lines, racing up at that no-winners of 5,000, no-winners at 6,000, picking up checks.
Yeah.
Was 3rd, 3 starts back. Head post 8, the trailing spot. Spotted them 12 lengths at the quarter, 2 starts back, ended up rallying to finish 4th, and then last time out, a first overbid, ended up 4th at this level. So if this one trips out, definitely a long shot play, and still long odds at 18-1.
Yeah, for me, this has absolutely got to be the best value on the board here as the starter. Calls them in 18-1 on a top 3 selection. Number 5, Playful Elegance here. The drone camera in play again. KOSA TV with us on track tonight. I always love these shots coming from KOSA, be it the paddock or the drone shots, Kurt.
Yeah, Curtis does a great job with these. I remember when he brought them home here to Charlottetown doing the drone shots. We have an excellent shot of him following the drone as they're going in behind the gate. It's fantastic point of view.
Love it, love it, love it. Here we go. It's the 11th of 12 in London, sponsored by HPI Bet. It's Trotters. She's under the radar. Coming Fashion, working it on Broadway, then Duke Deo. Playful Elegance, Cellular, Run Like Hill. Trailing spot for Fox Valley, Ontario. 8 Trotters, top of the stretch. Shout out to our friends tuned in from KOSA TV tonight. Hope you're enjoying the show. 11th race Trotters. Here they come. And away to go. Chased up in the early going. Cellular crossing on over for Rooney. Cellular is sailing to the top, and he rolled off stride. Cellular to a break. Pushing on through towards the inside, Coming Fashion, minding the manners and going to the top. Coming Fashion is leading. Run Like Hill, left from the outside gate, is challenging here as they go up towards the quarter mile. Driving on though, McClure says, I don't think so. Coming Fashion wins the early battle, brought them by the quarter in 28-3. Dropping into the pocket was Run Like Hill. She's under the radar, up close to be third. Fourth best away for Playful Elegance on hold in the fifth spot. Working it on Broadway, stayed in, out and rolling now from six travels Duke Deo. Next to last was Fox Valley, Ontario. The early breaker Cellular is treading the field all alone here at the halftime. This is Coming Fashion on top by 2 full lengths, 59-1, rated 30-3 through that second quarter. Coming Fashion, the one to take down. Run Like Hill is all alone in second. The uncovered bid from Duke Deo, who's moved up now into third. Fourth and gapping. She's under the radar. Out there in the fifth spot. The toe up for Fox Valley, Ontario, and House. Cellular trying to get back involved. Next to last, Playful Elegance, all dressed up with no place to go. Working it on Broadway now. Your trailer over to three quarters. They got there in 130 flat. Coming Fashion finding another gear. Coming Fashion maintains a 2-length lead to Run Like Hill, who's all alone in second. Then it's a gap of 4 to She's Under the Radar, clinging to third, and 8 left to go. It's Bob McClure time in London. Bob McClure with Coming Fashion on top. They're going to double up over London for trainer Pam Forgy. Coming Fashion much the best. Run Like Hill second. She's Under the Radar third. It got close for fourth. Playful Elegance was closing against Cellular in 2 minutes, 1/5.
Well, I like these 4 trotters, and they finished in the top 4. The 2, Coming Fashion, I like this one to win it. Coming off a win on the front end last time out. McClure makes no mistakes going to the front here tonight. Had some early pressure from the 6 Cellular. Unfortunately made that break, but Coming Fashion scooting around that first turn nice and steady. That's tough to do for a trotter when you put the pedal to the metal around that turn, but Coming Fashion never picked up his nose at all around the first turn, and they go all the way in 2 minutes at 1/5. Run Like Hill rallied up for second. She's Under the Radar race good for third, and the 5 gets up there for fourth after dealing with traffic.
Traffic big time for that long shot. Playful Elegance up for fourth. Here is Coming Fashion coming back for 2 in a row over London. A 5-year-old son of Crescent Fashion and of Here Comes Annie by Here Comes Herbie for Triple S Equine. Pam Forgy conditioned. Bob McClure driven to win. Bob Racing and sponsored by Steve Boston Stable tonight. The $50 cash donation to Toys for Tots following the driving victory. Again, sponsored by Steve Boston Stable. That $50 cash donation comes from Boston's. Bob McClure hits the winner's circle tonight with Coming Fashion. Much the best winner there in race 11, sponsored by HPI Bet. 2 minutes, 1/5. Congratulations. Race 11 official, price is up, $340. Coming Fashion, Exactor $10.70. Dollar try, $34.90. Kurt Hughes, all over the superfecta. The dollar ticket, $103.80. A 20 setter, we're $20.76. 12th and final next, sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. Back on the pace. Full field of 8. There are no changes for an Exactor try and super high 5 opportunity, non-jackpot, of course. 8 minutes to think about it. Race 11, the rundown for the trotter. She's under the radar. Third, Coming Fashion, much the best winner, working it on Broadway. 8th place 7. Duke Dale was 7th, place 6. Playful Elegance 4th. Cellular finished 5th and was placed 8th for the extended break. So a placing Cellular 5th and placed 8th for the extended break. Run Like Hill finishing 2nd, Fox Valley, Ontario 6th and placed 5th. From the top, a 3, 1, 7, 6, 4, 8, 2, and 5, and it's one more to go in the Drivers Holiday Challenge Up and Coming, sponsored by a London Classic Yearling Sale. It's a field of 8 on the pace. $8,000 claiming event to finish up tonight's action, the Drivers Holiday Challenge, in support of Toys for Tots. And at this time, I'd like to thank all the sponsors involved, the horse people, all the donations that came in from everyone, from horse people to race fans to employees within the business, be it the restaurants at racetracks, the tack shops, and what have you. Again, thank you to all the sponsors involved, the donators, for this 5th annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. And Kelly McNevin, big shout out for Kelly and her team who organized the toy drives and collected donations over the last month or so. So Kelly McNevin, take a bow. We couldn't do it without you and your team that have showed up year after year for this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. 5th annual winding down, race 12 finale up and coming, and nothing settled just yet as far as a clear winner is concerned. Will Pays are on display here. Daily Double, pick 3, pick 4, and pick 5. Will Pays completing here in race number 12.
Okay, here's an updated look at the point standings for the Holiday Driving Challenge. Lauren House still in first with 91 points. He only has a 2-point lead over Tyler Borth, who is in second with 89 points. And with that win, Bob McClure moves into third with 69 points. So, Sugar, things are tightening up in this Drivers Challenge. And I'm looking at this last race, and for me, I think Lauren House has the best shot at cracking the top 4 in here between the top 2.
Drew the Dragon, right? Draws well. David Bain has had some pretty good luck tonight. A big deuce with a big long shot back in race number 1 from the outside post 7. Better Than Cash at 45 to 1 went out for David Bain. Daryl Thiessen picked up the big deuce with him. So Lauren House, Drew the Dragon for David Bain, and Todd Aborth from the back tier spot. Tough spot, but you know what? Todd Aborth, we saw him a week ago with 35 to 1 bomber in Teason, so anything is possible with Borth in London.
And as we've seen tonight, anything can happen in a horse race. So
Yeah.
it ain't over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over. It's great that it's coming down to the wire. 2 points separating 2 local drivers. Tyler Borth, runner-up finisher, last 3 seasons. Lauren House, first time ever in a driving competition.
Great to see these two, like you mentioned, runner-up for Tyler Borth in 3 of the 4 competitions. And so it'd be nice to see him win, but also I have a soft spot here for Lauren House. I'd like to see him get it. It's his first time in the competition. He's been driving for over 20 years, and so it'd be nice to see him get the win in his first time in the challenge.
Wouldn't that be something? I love it when it comes right down to the wire. There was never a runaway. I mean, Borth got off to a great start, then House started to click, and then Rooney in the late going, and even McClure, with that honest trotter coming fashion.
Yeah, that was nice to see him get the win. He's had a rough night with his mounts, and a couple of them putting him in steps, and then one made a break in front of him in one race. So he's had a rough night. So it's nice to see him at least get one win here on the card.
Bob McClure was an original winner, the first annual edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge back in 2020, where we had dead heated for points in the end with Mark St. Louis was driving south of the border. So Bob McClure, one of our first winners for the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Great to see him pick up the victory with coming fashion. We've got Pacers in the high 5 finale. One final Cosa shot for the paddock. There's a friend of the show in Nathan Bain walking out Drew the Dragon. As mentioned, Lauren House on board. A long shot there in 17-1. So the 2 leaders, Kurt, are driving the longest shots on the board in here. 3 Drew the Dragon and 8 Resuscitate.
Yeah, that's right. And I was looking over the race here, and with between the 3 and the 8, I think the 3 has the best shot at cracking the top 5 in here and picking up the points. So I think Lauren House, for right now, before the wings fold, is the early favorite to click for the win.
Get what you can, right?
Yeah, that's the way it goes in these challenges. When you get your shots, you got to make the best of them. But then when you're driving some longer shots, you really gotta short route them, pick up some nice trip along the inside, and get what you can getting home, because it's going to pay off in the long run.
Right on. Find a way, somehow, some way here. The 12th and final live shot from our paddock. Kurt, heck of a job tonight, by the way. I've enjoyed this all night long, and sure hope we get to do it again sometime.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm glad you thought of me, and I appreciate you thinking of me, and it's been a fun night.
Right on. Post-parade, race 12 of the Drivers Holiday Challenge next. Twelfth race, starters on parade. This one sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. Group of $8,000 claimers on the pace. You're looking at 1, Bet on Brett. He's a speed threat. For Randy Ertel, Corey Guthrie, Randy Trains, Bob McClure will try to come right back. Military Secret at a post 2. Natasha Day on board. Natasha Day is racing and sponsored by Lindsay Kerr Stable. She's on board for Sean Downey, Michelle Sherman, Bob McClure, by the way, winner of race number 11, sponsored by the Steve Boston Stable tonight. Number 3, Drew the Dragon, Lauren House, racing and sponsored by Peter Brickman Stable. Lauren on board for owner Gary Bickford, trainer David Bain with 3, Drew the Dragon. Sam Filion driving 4, Jason Tiger. Sam sponsored tonight by the Mike Horner Stable. This one owned and trained by Diana McIntosh. Jason Tiger showing the sharp form at a post 4. Vince Lombardi, Chris Menina on the ownership line of 5. Money on the Beach. Mike Hamlin training. Garrett Rooney racing and sponsored by the John Pentland Stable. He's on the 5. Money on the Beach. Odds on Kickoff 6 for owner Tanya Lawson, trained by Pat Bissett. Travis Henry racing and sponsored by the Scott McNiven Stable. Outside chance for the 7 Favaro Sealster, Sally Charlton, Ashley Kerr, Daryl Thiessen on the ownership line. Lindsay Kerr training. Daryl does the driving. Daryl sponsored tonight by the Jason Libby stable. And then it's the trailing spot for 8, Resuscitate. Joyce and Doug Hastings on the ownership line. Michael Carther training. Totterborth driving. Totter sponsored by the Britt Kennedy stable. That completes your field of 8 for an Exactor Tri Super High 5, sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale. All right, Kurt, winding things down here, and your top selection in this High 5 finale, number 2, Military Secret, Natasha Day on board, a winner, 2-back over London from off the pace, was racing up close, but a quick mile over London this time of year, 157.4.
Yeah, I got away in the 3-hole on that day and really fired out of the hole and was a winner easily down the stretch, 57 and 4. And then last time out at post 2, got away in the 2-hole, ended up third, not beat by much at the wire, 59 and 2. And so both trips at London, both times in the top 3. Another good inside draw here tonight for Military Secret. Nice to see Natasha Day get a win here in this competition. She's always game for these competitions, and she does a great job in them as well.
She does
so
too.
It'd be really nice to see her get a win.
Yeah, she's one of those ones that she's mentioned many times. Like you said, you get what you can when you can. It's picking up points here and there. She's a multiple-time winner of the ladies driving challenges here in Ontario, and she's a winner of this event. I believe it was the 2022 edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge where Natasha Day came out on top, and she will be trying to be there with number 2, Military Secret, here in our 12th and final. You've got the 4 Jays and Tigers pegged as a player. Sam Filion racing tonight and sponsored by the Mike Horner stable. Jays and Tigers is razor sharp right now. He finished second best to his half-brother, Come On Barney. Those two threw down through a final half battle, and it was great to see the brothers finishing 1-2 in that one.
Yeah, only beat a half a length at the wire, leaving out of the trailing spot, got away 4th, and then came first up. A gutsy effort, finishing 2nd, like you mentioned, to his brother. But prior to that, how about those 2 trips? Back-to-back wins, 59 and 1, 2 starts back off a 3-wide rush late in the mile for the win, and a second 4-back, and has hit the board in his last 5. And look at that summary over there: 6 wins and 11 seconds, 7 thirds in 32 starts, a little over 31,000 made. So this one definitely is a really good shot at winning. You know what? Wonderful managed by Diana McIntosh. I always thought he was a bit of a trip horse. He went first up forever last time out, would not give in, would not give up. Jays and Tigers, very sharp. Love his chances, love the price. 7-2 currently. Bet on Brett. We know him well. He's tried the big race in Charlottetown once or twice. That's right. Yeah, he's been in the big dance, and I remember, if my memory serves me correctly, he was a big lever back in the day. Yeah. And he is the pole position here, so I think he's going to get a call early. One final shot for the drone camera, courtesy of KOSA TV. As mentioned, Kurt, this was a great time. I'm so glad you were able to join us tonight. Very big part of the broadcast team of Red Shores Prince Edward Island. Kurt Hughes, I hope we can do it again sometime. Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Right on. Kurt Hughes joining us tonight on this Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Field of 8 for the finale. Bet on Brett. Military Secret. Drew the Dragon. Jays and Tigers. Money on the Beach. Odds on Kickoff of R.L. Sealster. Resuscitate in the back tier spot. House with a 2-point lead here over Borth. House just has to beat Borth to take the Drivers Holiday Challenge. Here we go. They're off. Odds on Kickoff. Springs first for Travis Henry. Favaro Sealster gets seated up close. Traveling in third is Bet on Brett. Bet on Brett from Off the Speed tonight. And racing from 4th as they bend through the opening turn, Military Secret. Borth came on to be 5th with Resuscitate and Ducking and Tucking. In behind to be 6th was Drew the Dragon. Then it's back to Jays and Tigers next to last at 9-5. The earliest trailer was Money on the Beach, single file, up and by the hot quarter of 28-1. Odds on Kickoff, showing
showing the way midway through turn number 2. Favaro Sealster gapping slightly in second. Some price players 1-2 here at 3/8 completion. Here's Bet on Brett showing up now to go first up for a long ways. It'll be cover for Military Secret and Day. Fifth and in, staying in was Resuscitate, out into the flow and on to go Drew the Dragon. Next to last still Jays and Tigers. Money on the Beach, your trailer. 58-3 the halftime. 30-2 through the second quarter, and still leading. Odds on Kickoff, and they can't get close. Bet on Brett committed to travel first up. Locked in the box third, Favaro Sealster out there in the 4 spot. Military Secret is poised. Fifth and in, Resuscitate getting caught in the blind switch. House with Drew the Dragon way up on the outside, trying to gain from way back. Jays and Tigers now in play. Throw a blanket over them. 3 quarters, 128-3. They're coming from everywhere. Up on the outside, the 3 wide path. Military Secret shoving a neck in front. Odds on Kickoff trying to dig down deep. Stalling was Bet on Brett up on the wide side. Jays and Tigers punching through along the inside. Favaro Sealster, Military Secret, and Natasha Day up for the victory. Jays and Tigers second. Third goes to Favaro Sealster. Close for fourth. Money on the Beach was up against it with Bet on Brett. 2 minutes flat.
Okay, great to see Natasha Day pull through here with the victory aboard Military Secret. A winner 2 starts back, 57-4, reaching up in the final strides to get the win. But Sugar, if I'm honest, I was really watching Borth and House the entire time, especially in the final quarter. And I think they're going to finish last and second last.
You know it.
So I do think House holds on for the win.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever followed horses near the back of the bus as closely as I did through that final quarter. You know, you want to call the action up front, but you're watching House and Borth, who were separated by just 2 points going into that final leg. So, yeah, right on the money. You called it. Military Secret, Natasha Day. Nice pick, nice price, 2-1.
Yeah, nice to see her get up for the win from off the pace there. This horse is really good at this level, and from this inside draw here tonight, she drove him perfectly getting up for the win.
Right on. Thanks so much again, Kurt Hughes out of Prince Edward Island, part of the Red Shores broadcasting team. So glad you could make it here with us tonight.
Thanks for having me again. It's been a great night, and you guys put on a great show, and this challenge is terrific and such a great cause it's for. I love it.
Yeah, right on. Here we go. Winner's Circle for the winner of our 12th and final race tonight. Sponsored by London Classic Yearling Sale, number 2, Military Secret, 8-year-old son of Captain Treacherous, out of Turn Off the Lights by Dieter's Beach Boy, owned by Sean Downey of Strathroy. Michelle Sherman conditioned. Natasha Day, driven to win. She's won this challenge before, and she's win the finale here in the 2024 edition. Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Race 12 sponsored by a London Classic Yearling Sale. Natasha Day was racing tonight and sponsored by the Lindsay Kerr Stable. And there goes another $50 cash donation courtesy of the Lindsay Kerr Stable for that driving victory by Natasha Day. Congratulations and thank you. Drivers getting set to assemble down in front. We'll go through the official rundown and prices here. Prices for race number 12. We'll get them on display. All right, prices for race 12. Military Secret, $650. Daily double pair of twos at 19 even. The pick 3, $369. Pick 4, $183 and change. The pick 5, 20 setter, $134.06. The exactor is again $19.70. Dollar try, $63.70. The high five, 20-cent return on the high five, coming back at just shy of $400 on a 20-cent wager.
Sorry, we're good.
All right, we are getting set to send it down trackside of Robert Reed Jr. with Lauren House. Take it away, Robert and Lauren.
All right, we're trackside here with the winner of the Holiday Drivers Challenge, Lauren House. First of all, that final race of the challenge there had to be the biggest race for 7th you've ever been in.
Yeah, certainly it was. I said I knew if I'd rather beat Ty there, but I said as long as I'm just one behind him, I thought I had it wrapped up.
And that's your first ever challenge that you were involved in, right? And you were pumped up about it. I mean, you talked about how excited you were to be in it. The start wasn't all that great. You said, though, that you really thought that towards the middle to end of the card is where your strength was.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I had a pretty stacked lineup in the middle there, and we made the most of it and cashed in when we were supposed to.
And how big of an advantage is that you train a couple of the winners, right? So obviously, ones that you have to drive that you're familiar with, that familiarity was a big advantage for you?
A little bit. The boys here razzed me a little bit about stacking my lineup, but hey, is what it is.
You got to do what you got to do to win, right? So, and this event, obviously one that's a fan favorite. It means so much to everyone around here. Talk about what it means to win this special event, Toys for Tot Holiday Drivers Challenge.
Well, yeah, it's for a great event, great cause, and I'm happy about that. And, home track basically here. And lucky enough, I got my son over there, his girlfriend there cheering me on. It was a really great night.
And you get the hardware too, right?
That never hurts.
All right, Lauren House, winner of the 2024 Holiday Drivers Challenge.
Right on. Wonderful job. Great interview. Robert Reed Jr. on track, part of the COSA TV lineup, along with Mark McKelvey and James McDonald. There are the drivers assembling for a photo opportunity. Lauren House comes out on top in this, the 5th annual Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. Congratulations and thank you to all the drivers that participated. Amy O'Toole, big part of the show tonight. She's joining the drivers trackside here as we get set to post up the official order of the drivers' standings. I can give you the official rundown here for race 12. Bet on Brett was 4th. Military Secret, the winner. Drew the Dragon, 8th. Jays and Tigers, 2nd. Money on the Beach was finishing 5th. Odds on Kickoff, 6th. Favaro Sealster was 3rd. Resuscitate was finishing 7th. So from the top of 4, 1, 8, 2, 5, 6, 3, and 7. Lauren House gets the hardware. And son Lucas, girlfriend Angela joining on trackside here. Lucas, how's the old man doing now? Ice Cube and Ice House with the hardware. Trackside in London. Congratulations, Lauren. Great to see. First time ever competing in a Drivers Challenge. He takes the 5th edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge in support of Toys for Tots. So again, we're getting set to sign off here tonight at the Raceway. Thanking you all for joining us tonight. For a 5th annual edition, this Drivers Holiday Challenge has really become a popular event. We decided to switch it over to a Tuesday evening, a trifecta Tuesday event. We want to thank those for joining us on track at the top of the fair for this month's edition of a trifecta Tuesday. Thanks so much for coming out. For those that tuned in online or via HPI or the COSA TV show, those that have joined us on track, we really appreciate you coming out and supporting this very popular event. And again, we'll go through the prices here in the finale. Military Secret, $650. Exactor, $1970. Try, $63.70. The High Five, $383 and change. Late Double was worth $19 even. 20-cent pick 3 for $369. The dollar pick 4, $183.85. The pick 5, 20-center, worth $134 and change. Already looks like we're wrapping things up here with the replay at the Raceway. The complete driver standings will be available on the Standardbred Canada website here coming up within the next short while. And again, we thank you so much for joining us tonight. Lorne House comes out on top just ahead of Totterworth in the 5th annual edition of the Drivers Holiday Challenge. 4th straight runner-up finish for Totterworth. He was off to a great start, just a little short on the end of things. Lorne House, congratulations. And again, we thank you all for joining us tonight from the Eye on the London Sky. Sugar Doyle, have yourself a great night. We'll catch up with you again on Friday evening, first race post time at 5:50.